flawlesstracks.net. Flawlesstracks.net.
All right. Y'all should be able to hear your boy.
Yeah, buddy.
Welcome back, or welcome if you're new to the channel. It's your boy Ghetto Genius here, the commanding general of the NWB. The NWBs, the commanding general, Ghetto Genius, you know what I'm saying, in the building. Oh man, that joke gets better every time, right? Shout out to the brothers. Shout out to the brothers that's celebrating the Shabbat today. Shout out to the brothers that celebrating according to the new moon schedule. Shout out to the brothers that picked the day earlier this week to celebrate it. You know, it's always a good day to observe the day of the Lord. You know what I'm saying? So, before we get into anything, let me also introduce, let the other commanding general introduce himself.
Shalom, everybody. Happy Shabbat, the spirit of David. I'm here joining my brother Ghetto Genius. Just adding on to quote unquote Black History Month. I know you got a nice video that we're going to be able to comment on, and I've not seen it at all. So it's going to be a little fun for me to see how can it, expand on whatever talking points is mentioned in the video.
Yes, sir. Yes, real nice video today. Real nice. Let me make sure everything's up. All right, cool. But before we do that, we got to give the the major precept today, which will be the theme from what I've looked at so far in the video will be the theme of today. As you guys can see in the title, this should be the finale of the slavery portion of the Black History Month streams that will be featured on this channel. But real quick, I want to show the precept here. Let's see what we got. All right, you guys should be able to see that on the screen. A couple seconds. All right, Deuteronomy 26 and 68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again, and there ye shall be sold unto your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. Now, the reason why I chose this preset to be the thumbnail of the live stream today is because let's be for real. Yes, is there a much more simplistic aspect to the concept of this precept, in the sense of, yes, slavery did happen, but due to the fact that it is hyperbolic from a historical perspective, let's be for real, the camps completely butchered this verse, and they try to only apply it to the same old so-called black narrative of being ripped off of being ripped off the west coast of Africa, and that's where all the Israelites come from, which we'll probably expound on that uh within the next week or so, whatever's left of Black History Month. But you know how that goes. So, but you D-Man, if you want to expound on what I just said there, if you want.
Yeah, there's a lot of nuance to it as well, because a lot of our people forget that there was a subsection of us in Europe, in countries like Spain, Portugal, England, Wales, etc. Those people were also deported. Some made their way to the west coast of Africa, but many of them made their way to North and South America as well. So it's nuance, and I'm sure Ken is going to get into this a little bit later. That's why many so-called Black people have Welsh, Irish, French, and English last names due to their ancestors who were living in Europe, because it is a common misconception that slaves got their last names from their masters. That is not necessarily true for anybody out there who's actually done research on a lot of the census records. For the most part, when slaves were documented in the census, they did not have a last name, period. Like, I remember from all the research I did, I was able to find maybe like 2 or 3 slaves that actually did have the last name of their master. Most of the slaves, they didn't even give a last name. And even if we want to go from a patriarchal or patrilineal perspective, why would you give a slave your last name? That doesn't make any sense. You got to understand the historical significance of a last name. Normally, that last name meant something. Specifically, when you gave it to your sons and daughters, that means they had a right to your property. They had a right to whatever wealth that you accumulated, and they were also supposed to carry on your name and your legacy for future generations. You would not be bothered with doing that with a slave. It's the equivalent, and I might get a lot of flack of saying this, but if we were to compare it to today's society, when people have pets, they don't give your pet your last name. They just kind of there, and it'd be similar to having a quote unquote slave. It wouldn't really make sense for them to have their last name. Not saying it never happened, because there are certain cases where it did, but the vast majority of so-called Black people who were slaves in the United States of America did not carry on their slave owner's last name. That's a misconception.
I'm trying to see if I can. I'll probably just look at it throughout the video. I'm trying to see if I can find a a good source real quick for that.
Yeah, just look up any of the census records because I know there was at one point there
Okay,
was a fire. So I think certain census records for slaves, like or for people in general, from like I think it was like the 1850s and
okay,
60s, that information might be lost. It's been a while since I've researched this, but I would try looking up anything from like the 1830s onward in terms of census records or slave records. You'll see it'll have the name of the master, all their slaves. It'll have the first name, either no last name, a different last name, and like I was only able to find two examples of a slave having the same last name of their masters out of thousands of people.
okay. Because I got one of the senses up there, but I don't think it talks about the the slave names. I don't think that's descriptive on there, so I might have to look at it during this video. But I don't want to touch on this too much right now, as we want to get through the backdrop. But that was a very good point made by D Ben. Obviously, the understanding of the names and the etymology is so important because realistically, you'll be shocked at what you find when you actually take the chance to actually look it up because it doesn't take long. It's like a what? If you know your father's last name or your last name, how you want to look at it, it takes about 10 to 15 minutes to really look it up and understand the origins of it. And you'll be surprised at what you find. Like you won't find some quote unquote African origin to most of these niggas' last names. It's just the reality of it. So, you know, take it take it for however you will. But speaking of which, speaking of, the ignorance of our people, let's get to the backdrop. Oh, y'all should be able to see this on the screen. Give it a couple seconds. All right. Now, uh Sakari, the Israelite camp Sakari, uh Deacon Sakari, in his words, he was back at it like a crack at it. And apparently he was going up against something TikTok. I don't know if it was made by Candace Owens or it was somebody else's TikTok and they used a clip from Candace Owens. I'm not sure. But yeah, apparently he had a big issue with what Candace Owens said. D-Man, if you got anything else to share before we get into this, just to make sure we good.
No, I'm good. I'm ready to get into the video.
All right. All righty. Let's go ahead and let's do this like we not do to this, and we'll chime in here and there. Let's see what we got.
So I guess Google Chrome don't like my play audio. Now her husband. And now for a brief history. Her husband is white. On top of this, yes, she's with the devil. On top of this, she's with the devil. So of course, we know where her loyalty and her affinity lies. With the sons of the slave masters, with the people who enslaved. Now I want you guys to get this. She's only doing this. Let me tell you how messed up this is. Let me tell you how messed up this is. She only did this video because she's downplaying our slavery and the fact that we shouldn't get any bills passed, legislation, reparation, or anything like that. And we need to just get over it and stop complaining about it.
That's true.
You guys are going to hear this. Exactly. Self-hatred. And now for a brief history of slavery. Here's the first thing you need to know. Slavery was not invented by white people. Now, who said that slavery was invented by white people?
Blacks.
Who said that? But we do know one thing. We do know one thing, and this is a fact. There is no other slavery in the history of human civilization where one people took a different group of people because of their skin color and then stripped them from their language, culture, traditions, customs, heritage, lineage, religion, and then brought them a world away from where they were, kept them for 500 years, raped, castrated, fed their babies to alligators, made leather coats out of their skin, and then afterwards didn't send them back, didn't give them reparations, and then place systemic laws into place to keep them oppressed and subjugated, and even legal slavery with the 13th Amendment. You can't find that nowhere else. And who did that? The white man. So who has inflicted the worst slavery ever? Hundreds of millions of death, millions and they say 12 million, but really the books are cooked. Tens of millions of slaves, 100 million deaths. That's just the Negro. We're not talking about what the white man did to the indigenous peoples of the Americas. You won't find any slavery like this one. So, yes, they didn't invent slavery, but they damn sure invented this treacherous, homicidal, maniac, bloodthirsty disregard for life. Centuries. Perpetual bondage based off of one's phenotype. Yes, only they have done that. Sorry to tell you. I don't even need the Bible for this show. I don't even need the Bible for this show. But the Bible does tell.
Care to touch on that, bro?
Yeah, he's going in pretty early on, and at least with me, this is an issue with like our people. They kind of, well, not every black person, they focus too much on slavery. Now, with slavery or chattel slavery, and a lot of the things that happen to many of the men and women, specifically when it comes to experimentation, with those awful things, yes. But the main difference when we compare chattel slavery, or actually, let me rephrase it. The main difference between our condition and the conditions of all these other nations who are in slavery is that it's really the things that happened after the quote unquote slavery period ended. Meaning, what for blacks after the slavery period ended, we went to the Jim Crow era, which in some ways you could say it was even worse than slavery. And then from the Jim Crow era, that led up to the civil rights movement, specifically, after the death of Emmett Till. That's really what galvanized many of our people to, fight for civil rights. And of course, many of our people, fought to be able to, drink the same water fountains, go to the same schools, uh, attend the same universities, basically be able to be in the same congregation or the same areas as quote unquote Caucasians, not understanding that that was another problem in and of itself. What do I mean by that? The main issue that our people have today that separates us from a lot of the people who were enslaved in older in previous periods is lack of history and lack of culture. But that's partially our fault because we were so invested in becoming a part of the system. And now we're complaining that our people don't know our history. That's our fault. If we wanted to be informed about our true history, we should have built our own programs and platforms. But we're way past that point. Unfortunately, it's too late. It is what it is because most black people don't even have the mindset to do their own anymore. So that's the main issue between quote unquote, slavery, the quote unquote, the condition of black people in the United States as opposed to different regions where people were enslaved. They never, I'm not even going to say lost their history. They never willingly gave up their history because at the end of the day, our condition is partially our fault as well, to a degree. Not saying that, our forefathers did this on purpose, but they didn't quite understand the ramifications of some decisions that they made in terms of being one with the system. And now we're seeing a lot of the side effects where brothers today, due to increase in knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, our people are trying to, go to different sources in order to kind of create their own pseudo system today.
I mean, you summed it up pretty well. Like it's the disconnect between real history and narrative is
That's
really
the
is
issue.
the main issue, bro. Like this dude keeps talking about what do you say, tens of millions? of Negro slaves in America, bruh.
Exactly. Even if you go
What?
by conventional history, at best, there might have been like I think 300,000 that made it
Something
to
like
North
that.
America. At best, that's being generous. The vast majority of
Exactly.
slaves went to South America. That's just a fact.
And most people died on those ships. So it's like there's no way that they just there's no way they survived. There's no way that the majority of people on those ships, whether they were considered what they call them cargo or regular human beings, like uh there's no way that they could have been um
They've been able to
there's
make the journey through the
it make the
Atlantic.
trip, bro. Like
Yeah,
it's just what it is. We talked about this I think this was the first stream that we did on the slavery thing, and I touched on the white guy in that video I was talking to you about. He talked about the starving time and things of that nature of Jamestown, and he clearly stated that 80% it was like 80 or 90% of the people on those ships did not even survive the trip because you're
yeah,
on these boats for months. It's not like they sailed over here via the Carnival cruise. Like,
yeah.
fuck's wrong with y'all, man?
And
Like,
people don't realize the Atlantic Ocean is
it's
basically one of the
huge.
most treacherous and dangerous oceans in the world. That's why, if we're going from a historical perspective, that's why it took so long for quote unquote Europeans to make their way to the New World because they hadn't
Mhm.
discovered safe navigation routes. The only people, if you want to go back to ancient history, that understood those navigation routes would have been the Phoenicians, specifically the Carthaginians. But that was that was thousands of years before the time of the quote unquote Middle Ages. By that time, none of the people had an understanding of the safe navigation routes for the most part. For the most part,
Facts. Like that's the big thing, bro. Like the uh what would you call it? Like like you said, like all that stuff that took place many years in advance. And even then, they still had their issues, just that they were naturally gifted at being able to navigate those waters. But and even like the Europeans, like they did everything under the behest of the rulership of the so-called black rulership, i.e. the Israelite royalty. Like that was the whole point. They were trying to find their way over here because they had figured out, they probably had figured out to various degrees that a lot of the people over here in the Western Hemisphere were the same as them. So they were trying to, maybe the best way I would try to describe it is they was trying to like connect with them and maybe like combine their resources with theirs and things of that nature. So that's really what that transatlantic time period, a lot of that was really about. But of course, because they uh blacklisted and whitewashed a lot of that history, our people just don't understand that Israel ruled pretty much over the entire planet during that time, like for over 1,000 years, whether it was Europe, uh Russia, um, Northern Africa, Western Africa, the U.S. Well, not the U.S., but what was considered North America, South America, things of that nature. Our people dominated that time period when it came to, especially from a rulership perspective. But because a lot of that history is lost, the average person, you know, thinks that this was nothing but so-called white people colonizing everybody. I mean, colonization, that within itself, that happens all the time when you conquer lands and things of that nature. Like, I don't get I don't get why these people make such a big issue off of this type of stuff.
yeah, and it's
But
unfortunate. It's just one of the side effects of being coddled in the society and not really being imbued the mindset of how actually societies are formed, and it's always through conquering. That's just always been a part of human history. Now that we're the conquered, we're kind of in a state of complaining instead of trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. But you and I both know, according to scriptures, and of course all the other people listening out there who understand the prophecies of the scriptures, no, our salvation is not going to be it's not going to come through the sword or through outright rebellion. It's going to come through the Most High and His Son and returning to that
hmm
standard.
the spirit of The spirit of patience, man. The spirit of patience. Gotta have it, man. That shit is very important. But the best way to have that spirit of patience is understanding real history, because you'll get a better perspective on why you need to be patient. Because uh just because the Most High is going to deliver the elect of Israel does not mean that it doesn't mean that it's automatically going to be you. And I'm not saying that to be negative. I'm just saying that to be quite frankly honest. But we have to, in order to ensure that that is us, we have to continue to do things like understand real history, because our people have done a lot of things wrong in general. Now, granted, some of us did things right, but a lot of us have done a lot of things wrong. So, through understanding that and accepting that obvious fact, you know, we have to remain balanced and understand that nothing is guaranteed to us. So, hopefully, through our faith and through studying with all what would you call it, through all sincerity, you know, we're able to understand that at the end of the day, you know, none of us is perfect, and neither were our ancestors. I hate using that term because, oh my goodness, our people bastardized so much shit. But you get the point. Like our people, no matter the generation, we've made a lot of mistakes. Now, granted, are we supposed to be in rulership? Absolutely. And were we for a very long time? Yeah. But at the end of the day, it is what it is, man. Like, we did wicked deeds, we were taken out of power, and now we're at a low estate. So what matters is it's us remaining humble. And the best way to remain humble is to understand the nuances of history and understand we were in rulership, but we brought this on ourselves a lot recent history than you think. Like, we didn't get taken out of power truly until what, late 1700s, early 1800s, when you, which by the way, if you understand, certain prophecies in the scriptures, at least from my vantage point, that's what is alluding to in its fullest context. But you know, we might get to that. We might get to that in this video, but it is what it is. I want to get a couple comments. As I'll save him for last. Shit, one of our honorary elders, in a way, my boy Mac, man, in the building. The another one honorary elders. Quintuple honors to the boy J2K. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? They in the building, man. I'm trying to wait because apparently our other commanding general, TKP, trying to hop on. I'm trying to wait for him, but I mean, homie, gotta hurry up. We live.
Oh, big boy Swin trying to hop in this shit.
Apparently, I sent him the link in the text, and he asked me for the link text message. So I guess he's trying to hop on the phone. But I guess we'll just let the video rock for a little bit. He's been watching.
You might have to be flowing. Let's get it.
Yeah, let's get it.
Let's tell you that there is no other nation of people, ethnicity of people, more wicked than the Edomites. So therefore, they put that on display in all their actions.
Oh, hold up. He's here. He's
Yo, what's
here.
up? Yo, what's up?
Shalom.
Shalom, y'all. What's up? What's up with y'all,
You had to
man?
hop on this bitch.
Commanding General TKP is in the building.
We in this bitch, man. What's up with y'all, man? I'm on a real note, though, man. Shalom to all y'all, man. It's always a blessing to be up here with my brothers. My brother, Ghetto Genius, Return to the Code. You know what I'm saying, nigga? My brother D-Ben, the honorary researcher of Israel. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate, that you have me on, man. But y'all spitting on some facts, man. A point that D-Ben brought up being basically what happened after the slave period is probably the most important thing when you factor in Black people's mindset today. Because you think about it, even how they frame historical Black figures, like you look at how they frame Martin Luther King and how they frame Malcolm X. Now don't get it twisted. Malcolm X was a product of Elijah Muhammad and the Nation of Islam, really a pawn of them. when you go into his history, he was controlled opposition as well. But that's a whole other conversation. But just going off of the two-dimensional perspective of them, you know, how they frame the black man who had the sovereign mind, who had the mindset of the nuclear black family with the nuclear black community. With you don't need the white man for his validation, attention, and resources, and basically use them to put yourself on a standard where you don't need them anymore. Versus a mindset of quote unquote equality, which isn't real, and basically that feeds into the victimhood, always needing you paradigm and program. And you see how they frame. We have a whole day dedicated to one man, and one man who you can't even read about in the sixth grade history book. You know what I'm saying? That's just real shit, man. You can't even read about it. You got to search out your own understanding on what he was about. Like I said, I'm not trying to big him up too much because we all know what he was really about behind the scenes. But just from the the perspective of like I said, the two-dimensional perspective of their character archetype, you see why one is praised and one is shamed somewhat, because it's all about this system is especially with the mental framework of how they want to put black with black people, that basically want it to be you never come to a sense, especially the men, you never come to a sense of realizing that you're someone that's worthy of your being the head of your own ship. And that has profound effects on how black men view themselves today, and also how black women view black men in juxtaposition to how they view the white man today. And that's the whole game right there. They don't want us to come to our highest level of self. Now, of course, the highest level of self we can ultimately come to is understanding who we are according to the scriptures. But even they hide that history as well. And think about it, the slave, like the slave paradigm, the slave narrative feeds into the black man not wanting to understand the scriptures in this highest form. Because what do they automatically say? Oh, that's the white man's book. The white man taught us that during slavery. The white man's Christianity. You don't get a twist. The Christianity, Jesus, all that shit, that does belong to the white man. When you go back to the ancient Roman perspectives and whatnot, how it's, and how kind of the Christian church today is an offshoot of that. But just from even the access to it, like you ask a pro-black dude who more than likely is on his Kemet shit as well, why doesn't he follow the Bible? The number one answer he'll give you is that it's the white man's book and he taught us that during slavery. And the reason he gives you that is because all he knows of black people in his mind is you you got shipped, you got sent on some cargo slave ships to the Americas from the west coast of Africa, and that's the extent. And but before that you were some, and then he further learns and or thinks he has the perspective of learning and thinking he was some ancient pharaoh and whatnot. But that's a whole nother conversation. But just recent history, all he thinks of when he thinks of his own people, which is who he resonates with it as a man with self, is you come from slaves, you're trying to reach out of that mindset. And I applaud that right there, because we should be trying to reach out of that mindset. But because of the slave narrative, brothers do it in the wrong way, and you know they're so turned off to the concept of the Bible because they relate the Bible to slavery, because all they think about when they think of black people is the juxtaposition of the white man, and slavery automatically comes up in that as well.
Mm-hmm. Shit, man. I mean, just to piggyback off of a point that you made there about the dynamics between the so-called black man and woman. I'm gonna keep saying this before. I've said it before, and I'm saying this again. Once again, mark that shit on your calendar. March 3rd. It's going down. All right, just to let y'all know. But just getting back to Swint's overall point, yes, when you understand where these toxic dynamics come from, you have a much better chance of being able to break away from the system. Like the concept of the Bible is the so-called white man's book. They don't understand that shit comes from what they call the slavery Bible back in the 1800s. We went over this the last stream on this topic. How they took out, I think, about 900 chapters of the King James Bible, and they basically took out a lot of the important stuff like the Exodus, and I think I think the book of Galatians is gone, and I think the entire book of Revelations is gone too. So you know, but people don't ever look up this stuff. This is stuff that's been public information for at least what 10 years now, almost. But the average person don't want to look up this type of information, and yet the tool to be able to look up that type of information is literally sitting in the palm of your hands. But a lot of people are mentally lazy, which makes them spiritually lazy in a lot of senses. And you gotta at the end of the day, you gotta let them be, because trying to get in these back and forth with these type of people, nah, man. That's why I would never find myself debating any of these guys, because it's just not worth it, man. Like, some topics are just not worth, like, having a sense of back and forth over, like shit like this. We just do this stuff so that way y'all are aware of the mindsets of a lot of our people out here, and the dumb doctrines that they really adhere to. So it's really all for awareness purposes.
And I was just gonna say this thing, one quick point why it's important to know history, because it's great that you brought up the slave rebellions. But even when you do a little bit of research on that, it'll give you a hint on the mindset of our people. Like, for example, like the Nat Turner rebellion. One of the main reasons that caused him to rebel was, like, one, he was very educated. He had the ability to read specifically the scriptures, and he felt that his rebellion was him fighting against the quote unquote serpent to reestablish the kingdom of God. Y'all can look this up on your own time.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
essentially, he thought he was fighting against the quote unquote antichrist, that being the Caucasian. That was his mindset, and that's why he did what he did during that time period.
Mm-hmm.
So
Very facts. They thought he was a prophet.
anytime our people have had a full understanding of the Bible and have been able to come to our own conclusions, it's always led to for the most part, the same destination. We in Babylon, we oppressed, and we're gonna have to fight against our enemies. Now, for us, it's spiritual. For that brother, he thought he had to take up arms and fight, but we saw what happened to him, unfortunately.
Yeah. They thought he was a prophet. That was the other thing. Like, the people around him, they thought he was a prophet. And that was the main issue. Like, a lot of times other people in history, they over glorify these characters. Now, granted, did these people have certain extremist views per se? Yeah, but a lot of times these people get over glorified by other people down the line in history. So they make Nat Turner seem, I don't know, more holy than he actually was. And it puts us in a still a stumbling block, where now we got, well, we'll probably get to that next week or so. But niggas think they prophets, and niggas think they prophets and shit, and Esau gonna roll on them and whatever. I'm gonna leave that alone.
Man,
I'm gonna
leave that
it
nigga
alone.
alone, bro. Leave that
I'm
nigga
gonna
alone.
leave that alone.
Leave
Oh
that
my
nigga
god.
alone, bro.
One of the worst Instagram posts in history. But you know what? You're right. I'm gonna save that. I'm gonna save that comment for next week. Just know, y'all, is look. That shit's awful, bro. But
But
let's
yeah,
go ahead
the
and
main. I was just gonna say real quick, the main issue,
go ahead.
when yeah, the main issue with the slave narratives that's been really drilled in our heads since we were children, is it just inhibits the black man from reaching his highest level of personal development, self, and realization of self. Think about it. In order to really grasp the scriptures, you got to resonate and see yourself as one with the people of the book, which means you see yourself in likes with the kings, the conquerors, the rulers. I'm not. It's funny. Say, not prophets. I'm not saying that we are, but you see yourself as one with those people because that is your nation of people. That's your people that the Most High chose to perform His will on the earth. You have to really resonate with that, and it's hard to do that when you don't have a high level of self worth and high view of self. And the reason why the slave narrative was driven in our heads so much via the school system, mainstream media, etc., is so the black man can have a low self esteem, a low self worth, and always see himself on the totem pole on a lower level than the white man. Let's really analyze the white man. What is the white man so great at? I mean, let's just be real. What is the white
Lying.
man great at? It's
Lying.
outside of things pertaining to wickedness. What is the white man great at? He's not. He's beneath us, and every capacity. We're the inventors. We're the ones that quote unquote built America. We're the ones that are the entertainment for the world. We're the ones that were the original brains of the quote unquote new world, etc. You know what I'm saying? So, what is the white man so great at? But the reason why so many people have this perspective of the white man is because, and when we juxtapose ourselves, and when I say we, I mean black people as a whole, especially the men, when we juxtapose ourselves to the white man because of the narrative that's been drilled in our heads since we were kids, it's always on a lower level. He's the master, you're the slave. And when you always have that paradigm right there, you're always searching and trying to reach to, grab this person's attention, validation, etc. That limits your ability to, reach your highest level of potential self, and whatnot. And like I said, that limits your ability to be able to resonate with the great men of the Most High and see yourself as in like spect of those men. That's why, like I was saying earlier, a lot of brothers just shoot that off as the white man's book, because you can't see yourself, in the same likes of the great men of the Moses, of the Elijahs, of the, the great, holy man of the Lord, because all you see yourself is as a slave. All you see yourself is as someone that, you know, has to get up out of it, and that's the reason why that mindset has been drilled in us, so hard, man. And it's really, it's really sad, man. And I understand why. You get it, you understand why. That's part of, the other nation, maintaining their kingdom. You got to mentally bring the other people at a very, very low level so you can maintain your power. But as black men, we gotta get up. We gotta get up out of that. See, before we can, like Debo was saying, with the spiritual rising, before we can get out of this thing spiritually, number one, the Most High has to institute that. That's first and foremost. But we gotta raise our acumen mentally in terms of not just our understanding of the world at large, but our understanding of how we view ourselves in juxtaposition to the other people around the world. You truly got to see yourself as a lowercase g God, king on the earth, being above these other nations, because that's who the Most High appointed you to be.
Mm-hmm. Facts, bro. By the way, TKP, we need you to get your banner game up, my nigga. You see what we got, see
Yeah,
we got
you
tats to our names, my
got the
guy.
banner. Come on,
You gotta get your banner up, my guy.
Oh, nah, I mean, shit. I gotta do. I gotta do, nigga.
You know, gotta do what you gotta do. I know. That's funny. Hold on, what's this
I do what I
comment?
gotta
Let's
do,
see.
bro.
Indigenous Anawaya. I hope I'm saying that correctly. Appreciate your viewership, brother. A lot of people are confused at how many so-called black soldiers fought in the Revolutionary War. Thank you.
Yep.
German, ooh, Palatinates, if I'm saying that correctly. Jacobite Scottish, so-called black. Oh, brother. Man, I wish I could have found that type of that research information for this stream, because that probably would have been best to bring this out in this one. But like I said, we are going to go over etymology of surnames. We're gonna do a surname exercise in this stream. So I'm just trying to see how long in this video I'm willing to suffer Deacon Sakari. Deacon Sakari is victim complex.
Just to add on to this brother's excellent point, I had mentioned this originally on the video on my channel that I did about King James and the basically the royal line of Stuart, basically the Jacobite lineage. This even existed in the 1700s. They have quote unquote black drummer boys who were part of the British, or excuse me, Great Britain's army. How they would basically, beat the drums and lead the men into battle. This was still going on in the 1700s. I even posted a picture of it and a description. I wish I could remember where I found that information. I did that video a long time ago. So any of you brothers who are on my channel and seen that video, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that was a good video. I wish we had more than enough time. You know what I'm saying? It would be good to go back down memory lane and take a look at that video. I might do that one day. Maybe if there's a day that I'm trying to think. If there's a random day this week where I'm off or something, or maybe a Thursday or something. Hopefully this week I won't have to work. 6 days a week like this past week, but of course we'll see what happens. But if so, we might have to go down that for Throwback Thursday, do a special Throwback Thursday stream and feature some of our fellow NWB's past work. You know what I mean?
Hey, Swin, when you ain't speaking, can you mute your mic?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, I
you
can
good?
hear the background noise. So
Yeah, he working. You know what I'm saying? The boy TKP working. You know what I mean? That means he's working. That's a good thing. But yeah, man, I appreciate Indigenous Anawaya's comment. That was a very good point, sir. Which is something that, you know, some of us to various degrees on different platforms have been trying to bring out for at least 2 to 3 years from now. So I definitely appreciate that. Oh, and speaking of which, shout out to the other honorary researcher, KMZ, man. He is putting in a lot of work bringing out these very important aspects of Israelite European history. So shout out to KMZ as well. Hopefully, you know, one day we're able to feature one of his videos on this channel, because he's done a lot of work as well. So shout out to him. But let's go ahead and get back to this video. Let's see how much we can stomach more of this Israelite misdirection.
Now I got to, because the Bible history is backed by the Bible, and the Bible's backed by history.
That's true.
This is Malachi 1:3, and I hated Esau. So do God what? God said he hated Esau and laid his mountains in his heritage ways for the dragon. They say, oh, he hated. That's past tense. Okay, let's keep reading. Whereas Edom saith, we are impoverished, but we will return and build the desolate places. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, they shall build, but I will throw down, and they shall call them the border of wickedness. It doesn't get any larger. Wickedness doesn't get any larger than the wickedness that Edomites enact in the earth. And the people whom the Lord hath indignation, which is hatred, forever. I thought it was past tense though. No, forever. So they are the most wicked people, and we can close the Bible and see that with the transatlantic slave trade.
Not quite.
So slavery in itself, no, was not invented by the white man, but the slavery, no other nation has put forth this type of slavery on a people who is not their own in the history of human civilization.
It did not start.
Let me before we keep going, let me just preference the point of what he's trying to say. Now, yes, it is true that the Most High hate Esau? Yes, of course, scriptures say so. Yes, but people have to understand the number one thing that Esau did to rebuild the desolate places, he lied. He told nothing but lies. He changed the concept of race. He changed a lot of words that was alluding to the culture that our people built, i.e. the Israelites built. Like, I mean, prime example of that, because we was talking about the dynamics between the man and the woman, but the term patriarch, literally when you look it up on etymology.org, the term patriarch, it literally tells you that it was created by the Israelites. It's referring to Israelites. But Edom,
my bad.
Go ahead.
How much they reverenced their forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Those were the patriarchs.
Mm-hmm. But thanks to Edom, thanks to Edom's stupid ass, he has convinced everybody that it's quote unquote white patriarchy or Edomite patriarchy, or however the fuck you want to look at it. No, that wasn't created by him. That term was not created by him. It was created by the Israelites of Europe. But people don't understand this stuff because they do not take the time to literally look at basic information. Like this stuff is readily available to you, but yet this guy still wants to, believe and teach that, just to preference his point, because I know he might get to in this video, he might not. I don't think I'm going to care enough to last that long, but a lot of the camps teach the whole Jerusalem 70 AD perspective. in the sense of, all the Israelites today come from uh, uh, the descendants of the Israelites in Jerusalem during the Roman
That's
Jewish
Celtic
wars
Africa
at that
in
time period.
780.
Yeah.
Uh, and since you brought it up, I want to bring up a little context to that. Well, first of all, the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD, that wasn't even the final rebellion. The final fall happened in 135 through the Bar Kobar rebellion. But honestly, I've never heard a camp mention the Bar Kobar rebellion. But even when you
Nope.
understand history from a nuanced perspective, our people have been migrating to different lands throughout so many different time periods. And it's a good point that you mentioned up. I just want to bring up a few facts of history. So I'm going to go to a book. It's called Ancient and Modern Britons. I'm just using it as an example, but there's so many other historical books that you can look at to have an understanding of what I'm going to bring out. So this is page 22 of volume 1 of Ancient and Modern Britons. So the Jews, the Phoenician, and the Chaldeans are all stated to have visited our islands at various periods and perhaps to have colonized them. And by the way, when it's talking about the islands, it's talking about the British Isles. Hence, this is a book about ancient and modern Britons. But continuing on, it is the delight of one school of Gaelic writers to discover many affinities between the Hebrew and Gaelic tongues, and assuredly, to a mere layman, these resemblances seem distinct and unmistakable. And I'm gonna just read this last sentence. The Irish name for the golden gorget of the Druids, the Fadhan Moraine, is identical with the Chaldean name for the Urim and the Thummim, or Urim and Thummim. And for those of you who don't know what the Urim and the Thummim is, those are the basically what the high priest of Israel would wear in order to get divinations from the Most High. So it's saying the Irish priests, the Druids, because those were essentially the Irish high priests, they had something that was similar to the Urim and the Thummim, and quote unquote the ephod that the high priest had. Why? Because they come from the same origins, and that's a little bit more of an aside for those of you who've heard of the quote unquote lost chapter of Acts, the 29th chapter. It also details this as well, that the Irish Druids understood that they were descendants of the people of the book. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because the Irish Druids are the people who had settled in those regions that had happened prior to 70 AD. In fact, when you understand a little bit of history, many of our people, specifically from the Northern Kingdom, had already moved into parts of Africa during the first destruction of the Northern Kingdom, meaning when the a kingdom was conquered by the Assyrians, specifically Shalmaneser III. I think that was around 713 BC. So there were certain Israelites, specifically of the northern period during that time, that had made their way to Africa, specifically the regions of Ethiopia and Sudan. And then after time, through thousands of years, they slowly migrated their way westward to when they finally settled into like the western coast of Africa. So from Algeria all the way down. So Liberia, Sierra Leone, Ghana, Benin, Chad, all those areas different Israelites have settled. And then that's also not factoring the Israelites that are also settled to the areas of the north, specifically Spain, Portugal, like I mentioned earlier, the British Isles, Denmark, which is Dan's land. So there are Israelites moving all across from the north, the south, the east, and the west, who were migrating through various time periods. It wasn't just 70 AD. And like I could keep going on and on about the different migration period times and different migrations that the Israelites went through, based on their tribes or sometimes several tribes. But that's really a whole other topic. But the last thing I will say, when it comes to the nuance of our people migrating, even from a conventional historical perspective, if we want to talk about the Sephardic Jews, meaning the Jews who lived in, Spain, Portugal, who lived in England, who lived in France during the Middle Ages, many of them were kicked out of that region for religious reasons. Like there was the expulsion of the Jews in 1290 from England, and they made their way to France. And I think 1325 they were kicked out of France and they made their way to Spain and Portugal. And then 1490s they were kicked out from there and they had to move to certain parts of the west coast of Africa, specifically like a lot of the islands, like Sao Tome Island, and of course they made their way into the mainland. and intermixed with a lot of the indigenous tribes as well as the other Israelite people that were there as well. And of course, some of them did not immigrate. They ended up, quote unquote, converting to Catholicism. Not really. They would just practice their religion in secret. So, like, when it comes to like the different migrations of the Israelites and what regions they were historically, it's very nuanced. You can't just say 70 AD, that's where all black people are from. It's way more nuanced than that.
Hey man, all I gotta say is, you Sephardic Jews, if I'm saying that correctly, apparently is come out. I wish I would have saved the video on Instagram, but apparently Christopher Columbus is a Sephardic Jew. He was a Sephardic Jew. So I don't know. Was he really? Did they whitewash Christopher Columbus this entire time? I don't know, but apparently he was a Sephardic Jew himself. So could he have been a black man that that entire time? And they've been lying to us in history? I don't know. I wish I would have saved the video. That I would have definitely. It would definitely would have came to mind, and I would have pulled it up right then and there. But
Or it's possible he could have been a Moreno. You know what I'm saying?
I know, right? Exactly.
Yes, that's possible.
For,
Who knows? I haven't done
for
any research on
anybody, yeah, for anybody that's in my chat on Instagram, if you ever find that video, or if you remember the video that I'm talking about, because it was in the chat, I just cannot remember right now if I saved it or not. I probably didn't. I probably was spaced out and forgot. But that was very ironic that you brought up the Sephardic Jews, and that because I forgot which ones were. Because Ashkenazi.
No,
Ashkenazi is
yeah,
the
you're confusing. The
Jews.
Sephardic Jews were the east, those who lived east, specifically, basically Spain, Portugal, Great Britain, France. Those were
Right.
the Sephardic Jews. This quote unquote Ashkenazi Jews, they lived in like Germany, Poland, Russia. They lived in the West. But even speaking the West, this is the last point I'll make about Israelite migrations. A lot of us even forget that the quote unquote Scythians. Well, the Scythians weren't
Yeah.
specifically one race of people. They were really like basically a Scythian was another term for a barbarian, but there were many Israelites of the northern kingdom that were actually considered Scythians as well. So they would have lived in that quote unquote Russian steppe. That's what I mean. History is nuanced, man.
It really is, bro. And I mean, you know what? Let me bring it out right now. Y'all
And I
niggas
could
know I
even
love going. Niggas
yeah.
know I love going to
The
this one
sources,
now.
my bad. You can a lot that I'm saying. You can look it up in ancient and modern Britons, or you can do a little bit of research about the concept of a British Israelitism. So you could look up like any books that detail about the British being Israelites. Like I think there's a book called Our Israelitish Origins that goes over the origins of the Scythians and how many of them were tribes of the Northern Kingdom. A couple other books I've read as well. I just can't recall the names off the top of my head, but just look up British Israelism. You'll know what I'm
Right.
talking about.
Okay. Let me real quick. Let me get the precept. We're probably gonna bring this up again, but let's just do it one time for the one time. One of the most controversial, one of the precepts that the average brother in the knowledge doesn't seem to quite grasp in its totality. Y'all should be able to see the screen by now. Revelation 20. Come on, screen, hurry up. Revelation 20, starting at verse 1. Then I saw an angel coming down from heaven, having the key to the bottomless pit and a great chain in his hand. He laid hold of the dragon, the serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. And he cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal on him so that he should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years were finished. But after these things, he must be released for a while. Now, it has been the first time that I've been able to do this precept with the two brothers on the panel who had a Sabbath class on this. And this is the Sabbath class that I actually was able to be a part of. So I rather one of y'all take it away. And I'm just gonna read I'm just gonna read the precept, and I'll let one of y'all kind of explain this point, what this is actually talking about.
Okay, so just to keep it simple, the quote unquote beast or the serpent or the dragon, the devil, is not talking about some type of spiritual concept. It's talking about an actual kingdom. Because a good precept to compare the dragon, if you want to understand what the dragon is, you want to go to Revelations, the 13th chapter, the first verse.
Revelation 13,
Yeah,
sure.
13:1.
Okay, Revelation 13:1. Oh wait, did the screen go away? Oh, my
Actually,
bad.
hold up. Let me.
Okay, no, it didn't. It didn't go away. I don't know.
No, no, excuse me. The 12th chapter. The 12th chapter.
Okay, yeah. 12th chapter. Yeah, we've definitely been over this before, but let's go there. Shout out to D Real G. He's always asking for this breakdown. So here you go.
Yeah. So Revelations, the 12th chapter, starting at verse 1. Now a great sign appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun and with the moon under her feet, and our head a garland of 12 stars. Just to keep it simple, this woman represents the nation of Israel. And then the reason why you understand that is in the scriptures. There's so many different verses that liken the nation of Israel to a woman. Even the Most High likens her to like an adulterous wife as well. But the main thing that gives it away is the 12 stars. 12 stars represent the 12 tribes. Verse 2, them being with child, she cried out in labor and in pain to give birth. Again, this is just another aside. This is like a little bit of a deeper understanding. That's why when you go back to Genesis 1, where it's talking about the seed of the woman, it's a reference to the nation of Israel and, Christ being that seed. But again, that's another topic. I just want to get to the main point. Verse 3, and there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 horns and 7 crowns upon his heads. And his tail drew the third part of the stars of heaven and then cast them to the earth. Meaning what? When it's talking about his tail drew a third part of the stars of heaven, a third is 3 of the tribes. So specifically talking about the quote unquote Jews. And how did he basically cast them out to the earth? He utterly destroyed them. And of course, that happened in 70 AD. That was the first rebellion. It culminated in the Bar Kokhba rebellion of 135. That's how the dragon was able to destroy the third part of the stars of heaven, aka the Jews. Continuing on. Mm-hmm. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. And she brought forth a child who was to rule all nations with a rod of iron, and her child was caught up unto God and to his throne. Now, the reason why I say that this dragon is Rome, specifically the nation of Edom, is because we understand when it's talking about the dragon that was ready to devour the child. When did this happen in the scriptures? This happened under Herod. Now, for those of you who don't know, Herod was a ruler of Israel at the time. He was a quote unquote king of Judea, but he was not an Israelite. He was actually an Idumean. For those of you who don't know, an Idumean, I believe that's the Greek term for an Edomite. So Herod was an Edomite, and he was trying to destroy Christ. And again, another reason why we can understand that this dragon is the 4th beast, which is Rome, aka Edom, is when you read, I'm just summarizing, Revelations, the 7th chapter, when it goes through this different beasts, there's one great beast, diverse from all the rest. And it has the same characteristics of this beast in Revelations, the 12th chapter. We understand, and for those of you who understand history, we understand that there's the first beast, which was like a lion. That was the Babylonians. The next beast, which was like a leopard with 4 heads, that represented.
Oh, wait, hold on. You said
not a leopard.
Daniel,
Then it was a bear.
My bad.
Daniel 7. Yeah, I'm just summarizing.
You said Revelation 7. That's why I was confused. I was like, what?
Oh, did I say Revelation? I meant Daniel 7. Excuse me. So
okay.
I'm just summarizing Daniel 7 when it talks about the 4 beasts. The first one, that was like a lion, that represented the Babylonians. The second beast, which was a leopard with 4 heads, that represented the Greeks under Alexander. Why? Because after Alexander's death, his rulership was spread between the 4 tetrarchs. But excuse me, I skipped because before the leopard, there's the bear, which represents the Medes and the Persians. Then the leopard, which is the Greeks. Then the 4th beast, which was diverse from the other beasts. And again, it also mentions that it has the 10 horns and 7 crowns on his head. But let me just pull that up just so, or would you be able to do that, brother? It's Daniel 7.
Oh yeah, Daniel 7. I always forget, but Daniel 7.
It is,
You want to start at verse 1, or do you?
no, I want to, let me see.
Or do
I
you
want
want to
to
get
see
the
verse 7.
interpretation? Verse 7.
Verse 7, just to explain the beast, because it's the
Okay.
same thing.
All
After
right, cool.
this, I saw in night visions, and behold, a fourth beast, dreadful and terrible, exceedingly strong. It had huge iron teeth. It was devouring, breaking in pieces, and trampling the residue with its feet. It was different from all the beasts that were before it, and it had 10 horns. Just bring it up that point so you can understand this beast in Daniel with the 10 horns is the same as the beast in Revelations 12 with the 10 horns. It's just when you see the one you're seeing in Revelations is more detailed, because Daniel wasn't sure what the fuck he was seeing. All he could tell is that it had 10 horns.
They was afraid, boy. He was like, what
yeah, but John was able to see the vision more clearly. But would you be able to scroll down to the interpretation?
Yep. It should be
of what the beast is?
Do you want to not the Ancient of Days? That's a whole other issue to Zariak. But anyway, let's go to verse 15. Yeah. You want to start at verse 15 or?
Well, I'll start at 13 since you're there. Oh no, 15's fine. 15's fine. Yeah.
Okay.
So I, Daniel, was grieved in my spirit within my body, and the visions of my head troubled me. I came near to one of those who stood by and asked him the truth of all this. So he told me and made known to me the interpretation of these things. Those great beasts, which are four kings, really kingdoms, which will arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall receive the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. And for those of you who don't know, the saints of the Most High is the nation of Israel, specifically the righteous. That's what all of these kingdoms previous, specifically this last kingdom, which is a reinvigoration of the beast, we can get into more details later, are afraid of. The saints of the Most High, meaning his people, reclaiming the kingdom, meaning rulership of the earth forever and ever. But let me go to verse 19. Then I wished to know the truth about the fourth beast, which is different from all the others, exceedingly dreadful, with its teeth of iron and its nails of bronze, which devoured broken pieces and trampled the residue with its feet, and the 10 horns that were on his head, and the other horn which came up, before which 3 fell, namely that horn which had eyes and a mouth which spoke pompous words, whose appearance was greater than his fellows. Verse 21. I was watching, and the same horn was making war against the saints and prevailed against them. Again, that's in reference to what we read earlier in Revelations, the 12th chapter, about the dragon casting down the third part of the stars of heaven. It's the same prophecy, just being explained differently. Verse 12, until the Ancient of Days came, and a judgment was made in favor of the saints of the Most High, and the time came for the saints to possess the kingdom, meaning the Israelites to rule over the earth. Verse 23, thus he said, the fourth beast shall be a fourth kingdom on earth, which shall be different from all other kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth. Again, devour the whole earth, meaning rule the entire globe, trampling and breaking it into pieces. The 10 horns are 10 kings who shall arise from this kingdom, meaning 10 different nation states. That's a whole different topic, though. Let me continue. And another shall rise after them. He shall be different from the first 3 and shall subdue 3 kingdoms. He shall speak pompous words against the Most High and shall persecute the saints of the Most High. This is the main part. And shall intend to change times and laws. Then the saints shall be given his hand for a time, a times, and half a time. A time, times, and half a time. I think that's about 42 months, which is 3.5 years, which prophetically is 350 years, if you want to go there. But again, everything's determined by the Most High. That's really like an estimate. I wouldn't focus too much on the specific year too much, where you're trying to find a specific date. The Most High is going to come back. That's not really the importance of things. But just explaining that a time, times, and half a time, that's 3.5 years, 42 months, or 350 years based on how you want to interpret it. But verse 26, but the court shall be seated, and they shall take away the dominion to consume and destroy it forever. Then the kingdom and dominion and the greatness of the kingdom of the whole heaven shall be given to the people, the saints of the Most High. His kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and all dominions shall serve and obey him. Now, why am I, well, verse 28, this is the end of the account. As for me, Daniel, my thoughts greatly troubled me, and my countenance changed, but I kept the matter in my heart. Now, why am I bringing this all up? I'm just trying to connect this prophecy in Daniel, where we read in Revelations 12, so that we can further connect it with Revelations 20. So when you see, quote unquote, Satan being cast and sealed, it's not talking about literally the devil. It's talking about a specific kingdom being sealed, a specific people being sealed, and not being able to spread confusion on the earth for a certain time period. You want to go back to Revelations 20?
Yeah, I'll read 7 through 10 because I
Yeah.
usually build off of this one because this is very important here, guys. People don't understand. This is the time period that we're talking about right now, right? Now, of course, Revelation 21 through 3 has already happened. Now, here's the thing: when you read this chapter, you cannot get caught up by verses 4 through 6. That is kingdom connotative, strictly kingdom connotative. So you have to skip 4 through 6, and then you have to get to the time that we're in basically right now. Well,
Which
slowly but surely
continues on
fulfilling.
after the 1,000 years expired. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you want to go back to
Revelation.
verse 3, and then we can read verse 7. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, or excuse me, verse 2. He laid hold of the dragon, that serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years. Again, that dragon represents the fourth beast, which is Edom, which is Rome. Verse 3. And he cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up and set a seal on him, so that he should deceive the nations no more till the 1,000 years were finished. But after these things, he must be released for a little while. Okay, so then you want to go to verse 7.
Yeah. Let SOD rest his vocal cords for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? He was cooking, you know what I'm saying? He's cooking with the real history, you know what I'm saying? Let me get in on this. Tag your boy in. Revelation 20, verse 7. Now, when the 1,000 years have expired. Now, there's one thing that he did not touch on. He just forgot. Here's what it is. But the 1,000 years is talking about that rulership that we had really over the entire planet. But the core of it was quote unquote Europe at the time, or what they called it,
Essentially
Eurasia.
the Middle Ages, essentially, or the Dark Ages.
And now, was it
Which is about
exactly 1,000 years? No. But, you get the point. But
It was
1,000
close
years
to 1,000 years.
uncontested. Yeah. 1,000 years uncontested, because we didn't lose the rulership truly until the 1700s, 1800s. But uncontested, it was about 1,000 to about what, late 14th century AD. But you get the point. But reading again, verse 7. Now, when 1,000 years have expired, Satan will be released from his prison, as we saw in Revelation 1 through 3, 21 through 3. Sorry, and he will go out to deceive the nations. See that? Deceive, meaning what? Like it talked about in Daniel 7, how he would change the times and the laws. The laws of what? Laws of like all laws of understanding, like real science, like race and things of that nature. Change everything about society. That's what he's going to do. When it talked about like what Deacon Sarkari brought out in Malachi 1, we talk about he will rebuild the desolate places. How is he going to be able to rebuild those things? Through deceiving the nations by changing the times and the laws. So once again, Revelation 20 verse 8, and he will go out to deceive the nations which are in the four corners of the earth. Here's the kicker right here: Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea. Who is as the sand of the sea? The nation of Israel, the innumerable multitude. Anyway, they went up on the breadth of the earth and surrounded the camp of the saints in the beloved city. And fire came down from the Most High out of heaven and devoured them. The devil who deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. Now, here's the kicker here. In verse 8, it says Gog and Magog. And if you're looking on the screen, this is out of the NKJV on the Bible app. But you see the cross reference. What does it say there? Ezekiel 38 and 39. And I've talked about this before. If you truly want to understand what's to come, Ezekiel 38 and 39 are very important chapters because it shows you basically, I mean, just to speak in video games terms, who is the final boss battle. Just basically trying to tell you who's the final boss battle. And it's not Babylon the Great. It says Gog and Magog for a reason. Now, I have my reasons, I have my suspicions to think, who Gog and Magog is, especially on that landmass today. But you can also cross-reference that with Revelation, the 13th chapter as well, where it talks about the beast of the earth and who has two horns and, spoke like a, is it sound like a look like a lamb but spoke like a dragon, something like that. I'm paraphrasing right now, but you get the point. Like, it's not Babylon the Great, man. That's all I gotta say. It's not Babylon the Great. That's all I gotta say. The destruction of Babylon the Great, that's in Revelation the 18th chapter, of course described in Revelation the 17th chapter once again, but the destruction is described in Revelation the 18th chapter. So if you know who Gog and Magog is, then today, then or they're also called the Medes in Isaiah the 13th chapter, where it talks about I will stir up the Medes and they won't delight in gold and silver. Of course, paraphrasing that again. But if you know who the Medes are, if you know who Gog and Magog is, then you basically have an understanding of who the final boss battle is you know before the kingdom is fully excuse me, fully established. So I want you to keep in mind on that. Now, there's a reason why even when it talks about in Daniel how the fourth beast or the fourth kingdom will be damn it, Daniel 2, what is it? Of course iron and clay, but it's something, partially
Partly
strong and
strong and
partially
partially
weak.
weak because basically it's all nations and people have mingled together when it's not supposed to be the case. Just
Exactly.
summarize
And
it,
there'll
but you
be,
can read Daniel the second chapter in your own time.
yeah, 40, I think it's like 40 through 44. But if you understand that partially strong and partially weak as well, it's also talking about the rulership. Like, there will be one side of the rulership that will be strong, which is from this understanding will be Gog and Magog, and then the other side will be weak, i.e. Babylon the Great, which of course in Revelation 18 talks about how it's fallen, how the great city has fallen. But keep in mind, they're both one and the same, meaning what? They're both Edomites. It's the same shit. It's just that because like when the scripture talks about how Israel's seed will be in many waters, so will Edom's seed. I mean, I'm just going off. I'm just looking at it the same way because it's that twin aspect. A lot of times, what do twins do? They mimic each other and they try to do the same things each other is doing. They're like joined together at the hip. So if Israel is spread across all nations, then to various degrees, then so is Edom. So there's a point. The Russians, to me, the upper echelon of the quote unquote Russians, the upper echelon of quote unquote Chinese, things of that nature, that's to me, that's the Edomites of the East. And then of course we all know the Edomites of the West. But that's just how I'm looking at it. Other brothers might look at it slightly differently. I'm just going off of the way the twinning aspect plus prophecies in the scriptures and how it talks about the nation shall be partially, that kingdom shall be partially strong and weak. They're both the same, but they're both still going to battle each other.
Just to add on to the context, if you guys if you want to do a little bit of research, there are certain legends that you can look up that kind of can help expand on at least what the ancients thought and how that can influence your mindset today. Like, for example, when it talks about the bottomless pit, that normally represents the quote unquote Caucasus Mountains. Like, for example, you can look up a term called the Red Jews, which was partially legend, but of course there is truth mixed into it. Essentially, the ancients believed that these quote unquote red Jews would come from the Caucasus, would invade Europe, and they would essentially lead to the end of the world. Now, that concept of the legend of the red Jews is kind of conflating three different things. The prophecy of Gog and Magog, with the 10 lost tribes of Israel, as well as a legend that Alexander the Great had like pushed away certain races of heathens behind a great wall in the Caucasus. So it's conflated like three different legends together. But if you've done a little bit more delving into history, you do understand that that Caucasus region was filled with different races and nations of people. But the ones who did spread into Europe and, you know, spread a lot of confusion, disease, and who actually did lead to a lot of the philosophies and doctrines that exist today, they were descended from the quote unquote Khazars. Now, for those of you who don't know, the Khazars were a race of people, I believe in the 8th or 9th century AD, they quote unquote converted to Judaism. And that race of people is where we get the Ashkenazi Jews. And I'm just keep it simple. That race of people is where we get a lot of the modern concepts and ideas when it comes to race, when it comes to race theories, when it comes to a lot of geopolitical strategies, when it comes to the money system, so on and so forth. I'll just keep it like that. So essentially, that race of people have been the agents of great confusion. I'll just keep it at that.
Real quick, you see this comment, D-Band by Messiah. By the way, welcome to the stream, brother. Appreciate the viewership.
Yeah. I'll put in the comments, brother.
All right, cool.
I just want to add another point real quick, because y'all brothers is
So you there?
really spitting
Hold up,
right
let
now.
him come back.
Okay.
We just gotta be a little patient. Swint, you breaking up, brother.
With this not.
Damn,
you breaking up big time.
Yes.
But
Give it a second. He'll
just give a.
Oh, this is bad.
Just
yeah.
y'all hear me?
Yo, Swint,
Not really.
Ah, shit.
Esau, how
Y'all
you fucking wait.
hear me?
Now you're breaking up big time.
Yeah, you're breaking up terribly, brother.
That shit's sad.
You might have to leave and come back, bro.
You might have to leave the plantation. Oh shit. All right. Let's get a couple of comments. The boy Chef Yonde in the building. The other this is the silent commanding general right here, you know what I mean? In the building, you know what I mean? What did JTK say? Woolly hair Tazari. with white Jesus Kataza. Oh shit. Okay, thanks. And also, would you guys have any recommendation on what I can read or research to better help with the topic of Gog and Magog? You want to take this one?
Oh, you said of Gog and Magog?
Yeah.
Well, a good start is looking up the concept of what I talk about, the red Jews, doing a little just bit of research of Gog and Magog. But the best one, let me see. Let me see if I can find the book. Give me a second.
Yeah. Also want to say it's very important for you to read Ezekiel 38 and 39 Messiah, so that way you can get a full context of what Gog and Magog is referring to, at least from one half perspective of like who's in that land and things of that nature. Like when you look up those certain names there, like Togarmah, and some of the names are obvious, like Syria, if I'm not mistaken, but you can look up the term Togarmah, like the ancient land of Togarmah, and you'll understand where is that land mass today and things of that nature. So that's where I would start. I would start with Ezekiel 38 and 39, and then of course you can go to outside references that will confirm the same point.
And just to summarize, the concept of Gog or Magog is essentially just represents the great wickedness or the great spirit of rebellion against the Most High. And we understand that through the scriptures is quote unquote Edom. But a good book I would recommend is called The Roman Empire, The Empire of the Edomite by William Beeston.
You said what was that again? What was
The
the book?
Roman Empire, The Empire of the
Okay.
Edomite. It's by
Okay.
William Beeston, Beeston. That book details essentially the origin, the connection between quote unquote Edom and the Roman Empire, which America today is a revitalization of the Roman Empire. And of course, historically, we know who the quote unquote Romans were, at least during Imperial Rome, who those people were.
Because I mean, just to piggyback off of Revelation 1 and 3 again, the Imperial Roman Empire was taken over by the Holy Roman Empire. Key word holy, because it was ruled over by the holy people. It's one of those basic concepts that a lot of our people look over. They just want to focus so much on that 70 AD angle, and it's just lazy.
Yeah, but if Swin ain't gonna come back, weren't you gonna say something, Ken? You were cooking on something earlier.
What was I about to say? Oh, I think I was talking about I'm trying to think. I think I was talking about the basic. No. We was about to go back to the video, I think, and then Swin was about to make an extra appearance.
Oh yeah, but Wi-Fi kicking his ass. Okay, yeah, let's get back to the video because we kind of did go on a tangent.
Yeah, but that tangent is important because, like I said, I don't know how much I'm gonna be able to stomach the rest of this video. I'll be honest with you. So it's like if he starts talking about that Jerusalem 78 AD shit too long, I'm just gonna get mad. I'll be honest with you. It's like, nigga, no, that's only part of the story, my nigga. Like you gotta put more into context than that. But let's see what else he says.
In 1619, when the first slaves came to Jamestown. It existed before then. It did not start in 1492 when Columbus discovered the New World. In fact, when the intrepid explorer landed in the Bahamas, the native Taino tribe hoped that he would help them defeat their aggressive neighbors, the Caribs. The Caribs enslaved the Taino and, on occasion, served them for dinner.
Where's the source? Should we just take your word for it? Where is the source that says this? Furthermore, serving for dinner. Well, now she's saying the people here were uncivilized cannibals. That's what she's saying.
Well, let's be for real. I didn't want to pause him, but let's be for real. A lot of our people worshipped false gods, and a lot of these false gods, they demand human sacrifice, sometimes cannibalism. So it is quite possible that a lot of our people that were over here in the Western Hemisphere had already went down them type of ritualistic practices. Is what it is. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, that's just a part of the. If you've ever done research on like the Bacchanalian rites or the Osirian rites or the rites of Bacchus, essentially any of the child sacrifice and cannibalism is always a part of it, and that still goes on today. For any of you people who out there who've ever done research on quote unquote Pizzagate or like a lot of the emails that were leaked of Hillary Clinton, and one of those emails, I think it referencing her quote unquote sacrificing little chickens to Molech. If you don't know, chicken is a code word for a child. So a lot of these politicians, I'm just keeping real. If you are a congressman, a senator, basically a top executive for one of these high banking firms, you in the craft, you a high level witch, and to be a part of that group, blood sacrifice and cannibalism is a requirement. It's crazy to say, but that's how it is today, and that's how it was in the ancient world as well. The only difference is people were more aware of these things happening, while today most people aren't aware of it, or they want to ignore it because it's too much for them to handle, unfortunately.
Like, I don't think, once again, like I was saying before, just because our people have such a vast history doesn't mean it's always good history. You're not automatically righteous just because you're an Israelite. You automatically have the potential, but that doesn't mean you took it. That doesn't mean you polished that stone. A lot of our people embraced a lot of wicked shit, bro. So it is what it is. Like, this is why we have to, this is why we're in such a good time of of a revealing of a lot of knowledge, because we have a much firm grasp of the good and the bad actions of our people. So that way we have a much better chance of being better Israelites today than really ever before. So this stuff is very important to accept. Of course, we don't embrace those practices, but we accept that our people did these things. But we also have to understand that these things were wrong. And through the knowledge and wisdom that the Most High has given us, the ability to grasp onto, we can now be truly better people, because now we have a much better understanding of historically where these things come from.
Exactly. That being the rites and rituals of the Canaanites
Mm-hmm.
and the
Phoenician
quote
religion.
unquote people of Kemet.
Mm-hmm. Facts. I mean, I just don't understand why these people really think that, you know, all the tribes over here in the Western Hemisphere were just getting along all willy nilly, and they had no problems. It's like, where are you getting this from? They were suffering from the curses of what do you call it, so-called black on black crime. That's not just a modern day thing. There's an ancient, that is a curse that's been on our people throughout all generations, bro. Ever since we forsook the laws of the Most High, we have had big issues with one another, fighting one another for various of reasons, whether it's quote unquote religious practices, clashes, um, political clashings, all types of shit. Whether it's from all the way from Europe to North to quote unquote North America, it's been the same issue with our people. Lack of understanding what we really need to do. Thus, we don't treat each other the way we're supposed to do, like the commandment says. So, it is what it is.
Yep. I ain't got nothing to add to that.
You dig?
The people actually were helping, or wanted to rather, help the Caucasian Europeans out of the kindness of their hearts. And what did they do in return? Look at the history of Thanksgiving. Gave them blankets with smallpox and tore them with their beasts and their animals and shot them, killed them, lynched them, hung them, and even enslaved. How about that? So she want to talk about how there was some tribalism. Okay, that looks like a dozen. Let's say one tribe took a dozen of the other tribe into slavery. On the books, there it said that there was over 6 million indigenous slaves here by white people. That
Allegedly.
pales in comparison to your little if chicken shit arguments. I'm just gotta be frank. Not a valid point. You're straining at gnats. He came over here and stole 2 continents, basically. They came over here and stole 2 continents with their so-called discovery. Murdered 100 million of them, and then took over, and that's just on the books that are cooked, over 6 million of them in slavery. You can't downplay that.
Did he just say that the so-called white man killed over 100 million so-called black people in America? Is that what he's saying, or am I missing something? It's that
I don't know, Doc.
100 million, bruh. And he had 6 million more so-called Aboriginal Native American slaves too.
Like, how many people were even living in the United States in the 1800s, bro? Like, this is what
What the fuck? 100 million. This is what we mean. Like, really? That's so hyperbolic, bro. We wouldn't even be here today. Like, that's pretty much the entire. He pretty much killed all so-called black people. 100 million. We only have 40 million now, allegedly, but 40 million now. You really think he killed over 100 million back in what?
Even if you want to
Early
say from the
1500s?
1600s to the 1800s, you think 100 million were killed even in a 200-year period?
With what weapon? What weapon did he have? Then they got then he killed with a Kamehameha wave and shit. Come on, bro. Like, stop it. Like, Deacon, that's crazy, man. That's wild.
Slavery existed in Africa, Asia, and the Middle
true.
East. The word slave actually comes from the Slavs of Eastern Europe.
Yep.
Okay. How do you say? Okay, hold on. Watch this.
Okay. Don't fuck this up.
Let's see if he knows a little bit of history.
Don't fuck this up. Oh, you going to etymology?
No, I did hear that before.
He said he heard it before.
I did hear that before. I want to fact check something, right? Severe hard work during.
Oh no! I already know what he's about to do.
There you go,
slave.
Okay.
Work like a slave. Yeah,
he just scrolling up.
Slave.
Oh no, he'll see it.
Slave. Person travel over esclave. Sclavis. Slave. She's a liar.
It says
She's a straight liar.
Slav. He's Slav.
The way you say sclavis, the way you say slave in Latin is sclavis.
Dog, is he not seeing what we're seeing?
Bruh.
Secondary.
Crazy.
Yeah, he's just going to ignore it.
Secondary just because of the many Slavs sold into slavery by conquered people. So that's not the origin of the word.
Bruh.
That use is secondary. It's Sclav.
No, it's
Slav. See Slav.
What does that mean?
So that's secondary use, not primary. So that's not.
Bruh. Bruh. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do it. Yeah, we're gonna do it right. We're gonna do it. Okay, we're gonna help him out. Well, help ourselves out. And everybody,
man, he just trying to glance over anything that contradict what he felt.
Hold up. All right, y'all should be able to see this tab. All right, give it a couple seconds. All right, cool.
It literally says originally Slav.
Oh my god, bruh. Okay. Let me try to zoom this up as much as I can. All right. Y'all should be able to see this. This is the same etymology online that he's using. A lot of us have started to use this over the past 2 or 3 years or so, however long you've been in knowledge, whatever. Let's look at this real quick. Term slave, noun, circle 1300. Slave, I don't know if it's esclave, whatever. Person who is the chattel or property of another. From Old French, is esclave maybe, and directly from medieval Latin, sclavus, slave. Source also of Italian chavo, French esclave, Spanish esclavo. Originally Slav. See Slav. Okay, so we're actually going to click on it.
Yeah, but then it says so used in go back because it says so used in the secondary sense. Because basically a lot of the Slavs, it says so used in the secondary sense because many of the Slavs sold into slavery by conquering peoples. Meaning what? The word Slav, or essentially the word Slav, became synonymous with being a slave because so many other people were sold into slavery. But the thing is, the word slave didn't exist because not like the word slave existed forever. There were other terms to define these groups of people,
like servant or
over time.
Serf.
Exactly, serf, peasant, villain, things along those lines. But so many of these Slavs were serfs, peasants, villains that essentially that term became synonymous with them. Hence, Slavs, later slaves. That's essentially the point.
I mean, good grief. But you know what? Yeah. Let's look at this real quick. Let's look at Slav.
I mean,
real quick.
even look at this. It says the oldest written history
Oh, wait, was it something else you had on there?
Yeah. When it goes back to there, it says the
Oh,
oldest.
okay.
Yeah, it says the oldest written history of the Slavs can be shortly summarized. Myriad of slave hunts and the enthrallment of entire peoples. The Slav was the most prized of human goods. So essentially, they were the chief slaves of their day. Hence where the term comes from. But we can move on.
Basically, let's see if they try any misdirection here. Industrious content with little good, humored and cheerful. He filled the slave markets of Europe, Asia,
And
and
Africa.
Africa. It must be remembered that for every Slavonic slave, Slavonic slave, okay, Slavonic slave who reached his destination, at least 10 succumbed to the inhuman treatment during transport and to the heat of the climate. Indeed, in Ibrahim 10th century, Ibrahim 10th century himself, in all probability, a slave dealer, says, and the Slavs cannot travel to Lombardy on account of the heat, which is fatal to them. Hence, then high price. So once again, it confirms what we was talking about earlier about when they were transporting. Most of the people died during the transport. So, I mean, I don't know what he's talking about, but then again, let's actually, we're not going to even look at the term Slav because, people that run etymology.org, they be kind of like, they're good with the misdirection a little bit. So you're not going to find quite what you're looking for unless if you know what you're looking at. But you know me, let's get this, matter of fact, this PDF real quick.
Trying to pull up.
The indentured servitude, my classic indentured servitude in British America.
Oh, okay, yeah.
It clearly tells you who actually was enslaved. So let's see. Let's see if we can find this. Indentured British America. All right. Y'all should be able to see this on the screen. Give it a couple seconds. One, two, three. Okay. All right, here we go. Indentured servitude in British America. Now, once again, in the last live stream, we went over dentured versus indentured servitude in general. So we should all know this by now. Indentured servitude in British America was the prominent system of labor in the British American colonies until it was eventually supplanted by slavery. Whatever that means, because there really is no difference. Anyway, during its time, the system was so prominent that more than half of all immigrants to British colonies south of New England were white servants. You hear that? Rewind that back. During its time, the system was so prominent that more than half of all the immigrants to the British colonies south of New England were white servants. You hear that? White. Not black, white. Anyway, which confirms when that white dude in that video said that the first slaves of America were so-called white men. Anyway, and nearly half of the total white immigration to the 13 colonies came under indenture, meaning what? They were slaves. Okay? Lifetime slaves. Anyway, by the beginning of the American Revolutionary War in 1775, only 2 to 3% of the colonial labor force was composed of indentured servants. Okay?
So clearly that's when the change happened at that point.
Exactly. Now, we went over this before. I'm going to go over this again. Let's cross-reference this with biblical prophecy real quick, because this is something that I brought out before. Real quick. We might go over Revelation 20 again, but let's go back to Genesis. Let's go back to Genesis 27. Oh, yeah, that is tonight. Genesis 27. let's just okay, let's just go with 30, 36. Let's start at 36. Now you guys know the story of Jacob Esau. I'm not gonna read all that. I'm just trying to get more so to the point. So Genesis 27, excuse me, starting at verse 36. And Esau said, "Is he not rightly named Jacob? For he has supplanted me 2 times. He took away my birthright, and now look, he has taken away my blessing." And he said, "Have you not reserved a blessing for me?" Then Isaac answered and said to Esau, "Indeed, I have made him your master, and all his brethren I have given to him as servants. With grain and wine I have sustained him. What shall I do now for you, my son?" And Esau said to his father, "Have you only one blessing, my father? Bless me, me also, O my father." And Esau lifted up his voice and wept. Then Isaac his father answered and said to him, "Behold, your dwelling shall be the fatness of the earth and the dew of the heaven from above. By your sword you shall live, and you shall serve your brother. And it shall come to pass, when you become restless, that you shall break his yoke from your neck." When did that officially happen? In 1776, with the great with what do they call it? The Declaration of Independence. Who is who was America trying to, well, the colonies, who were they trying to break away from? Great Britain. Who was Great Britain ruled over at the time? By the so-called Black King, King George III, if I'm not mistaken, who uh as far as I'm concerned, is an Israelite. I believe he's from that Stewart line, if I'm not mistaken. I believe he's from that same Stewart line. Now I think he's like, far down the line because he's not a direct descendant of King James, but he's from what I remember, he's from that line per se. Now, D-Man, if you wanna add on to that part or not, I can't quite remember.
Nah, it's not. It's formality. It's not really important. You can keep going.
Okay, yeah. But he was an Israelite king himself, and that's the whole point. Like, and what we read about how paraphrasing right now in Daniel 7, where it talks about one horn shall rise and be above the other. That's talking about America, and that Declaration of Independence represents Esau's, kingdom being truly established through what would become known as the quote unquote United States of America. The Declaration of Independence in, July 4th, 17, did I say 19 before 76? That was stupid. 1776. Okay. In 1776, 76, the goat, what was Esau known for? The goat. He was known for wearing, he had skin, like, how Jacob deceived his father. He had to wear goat skin and, goat hair, things of that nature. But you get the point. Like, it's the year of the goat. So Esau, who is represented by the goat, whether it's also the Macedonian kingdom through Alexander the Greek. He also was represented by the goat as well, but you get the point. But through that, the year of the goat, 1776, America finally, Esau finally broke the yoke that Jacob had around his neck in 1776, which correlates also with Revelation 20 and 7, where it talks about he will be released from his prison. Not only will he be released from his prison, but eventually he got released from the yoke from Jacob's neck. So that's really what that indentured servitude in British America is trying to tell you. But the average so-called black person doesn't want to look none of this up. You got something to add, D-Man? No? You good?
Yeah, we good. We can keep pushing on on the video if there's more you want to
Man.
watch.
Shit, I hope not. Shit. Just start getting on my nerves. This is a shit. Anyway. All right, we'll try to get to the, I guess, 35-minute mark unless he just says something ridiculous. But yeah, he don't know how to research none of this stuff or etymology online. Um shout out to I think it was I think Chronicles was the first one that I saw use this website. So shout out to him for that. And of course, shout out to all you brothers that's been using this website ever since then to look up certain terms because it's very important. But yeah.
The origin. That is not the origin. Right. Now watch this.
What you gonna look up?
Watch this. Slav.
Bruh.
The Slavs, right?
Oh, you just going to the army.
Oh my God.
Yes, the Slavs were a race of people, bro. We
Which
understand.
group? Slavic language belong to the larger Baltic. Present day Slavs are classified as East Slavs. Okay, history. Slavs.
This nigga had no idea he was looking up.
Migrations, Middle Ages, Modern Era. Languages.
Yeah, he has. Yeah, he's just scrolling past.
He has no idea, bro.
Relationships with non-Slavic people.
He's never looked this up before.
Yeah, you can tell, bro. He just
Hold on a second.
No idea where to go.
Well, you think she's gonna find something that says Slavs aren't slaves or something?
He tried to find something where it says Slavs are black people.
Yo,
He has no idea where to go.
Look, it says
Okay,
most
let's
Slavic
take a look at
slaves
white
were-
slavery.
Oh, there you
Let's take
go.
a look
Oh
at
my
white
God,
slavery, right?
bro.
Because that's what she's about to get into. White slavery refers to the slavery of European, and that's white on white crime. Well, they're gonna say from the during the Islamic conquest,
What?
whether by non-Europeans such as West Asians and North
'cause a lot of,
Africans, or by
Muslims
other
have
Europeans.
Slavic slaves.
I say they're doing the world a favor by what they did here.
That's not.
For example, there we go. Vikings, slaves of European origin, were present in ancient Rome and the Ottoman Empire. Many different types of white people were enslaved on the European continent under feudalism. That's different from chattel slavery. Feudalism is you
But that's not
going into some type of servitude. You get to go home. Also known as the feudal system, was the combination of the legal, economic, military, cultural, and political customs that flourished in the medieval Europe between the 9th and 5th centuries. Broadly defined, it was a way of structuring society. Under Muslim rule, the Ottoman slave trade that included European captives was often fueled by raids in European territories and taking chosen blood tax. How many Slavic slaves? Right. So Bulgarians. Where is the number? Where is the number? Can we get a number?
Okay, before you
number, this shit's been going on since the entire Middle Ages. They ain't gonna have a
exactly,
number.
it is still going, fool. Motherfuckers still getting sent to the Middle East, my nigga. That's the first problem, and the problem is that none of these sites are going to tell you that, other than the Ottoman. I don't know too much about the Ottoman Empire, but I do know they were Caucasian, definitely at one point. I don't know if they were Caucasian the entire time.
No,
so-called
they
Caucasian.
were because they
they
come
were
from
okay.
the Ottoman Turks. They were Caucasians who lived on the Caucasus Mountain. And in fact,
okay, cool.
For those of you who don't know history, that the Ottoman Turks are the main reason why people in the Middle East, even in Egypt, look the way that they do now, because they intermix with a lot of the indigenous tribes.
Okay, that makes sense.
Which were more quote unquote Negroid in appearance.
Oh yeah, they were probably descendants of Ishmael through probably Kedar that was in that land at that time. What they call them, Kedarites.
Well, not just that, like basically a descendants from all the different Shemitic and Hamitic races of people that had always lived in that region. If you want to say the ancient Babylonians or the Assyrians or like even like Israelites who were still in the region, but essentially all those ancient melanated peoples who had always been in that region. Essentially, when the Ottomans came in and conquered, they intermixed with them, and essentially that's why they have the look that they do today. For the most part.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I mean, but the problem is they're not going to tell you that none of these people are so-called people of color. They're just going to
just put the terms out there like Vikings, and of course it says Byzantine Empire right here. But you know what I'm saying? These are all so-called black people. Byzantine was definitely Israelite rulership. And what was the other one? Vikings, that was definitely Israelite group. Like, but these are things that they cannot tell you because they don't want it. They try to invalidate Israelite history altogether. So they cannot tell you that these people were Israelites, bro, or at the very least Jews, you know, whatever that term even means from a vast perspective, but you get the point. Like they don't want to admit this stuff. But he has no idea what he's looking for. He has no idea. Like this is ridiculous. He's now been on he's basically been on 3 different sources, 2 Wikipedia sources, etymology online sources, and he has yet to like really
Make a
he's yet to
cogent
see
point.
it. Good attention points, like nigga, bruh. You have to look. That's the whole point of etymology online, is telling you the history of that, like of that word. To say that Slav is not the original source, but slave is like nigga. It tells you right there that see Slav. That's the root word. Whatever.
That's the origins of the word. That's why I said originally Slav.
It's like God
Not
damn
like
it.
slave just existed. Maybe in his mind, the word slave didn't exist till black people are on the scene. I don't know this nigga, bro.
It's dumb, bro. But it's just our people. Like I said, whether it's a camp, non-camp, most of our people don't know don't know these important aspects of history. I always say this: the European history of our people is arguably the most important history, and I think that those Edomites know it too. That's why it's the history that gets buried, because it puts literally everything in the context, including the Bible, like who actually translated it. It was the Israelite Europeans at the time, i.e. the what do they call him? Is it Aristosy? Something like that.
With the
I'm tripping.
aristocracy? What are you talking?
Aristocracy. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
tripping. Yeah, aristocracy. Yeah, like those people were not so-called Caucasian, bro, by any stretch of the imagination. Like it makes no sense. Like the 400 years of slavery narrative. That means that we've been enslaved since around the time the King James Bible came out. But yet King James has already been publicly acknowledged as a so-called black man. How the fuck could we have possibly been enslaved, but yet a so-called black man approved the most popular book of all time, the Bible, to be published? Like, how does that work? He was king, man. Like, give me a fucking break. But we were slaves. Yeah, okay. We were slaves in 1611 when the King James Bible came out. Yeah.
And even
Good
if
luck
you
with
want
that.
to go there, it's been so long since I researched this. But even the first case of what we consider chattel slavery was actually an
Anthony
issue between
Johnson.
2 black. Yeah, thank you. That was his name.
Yep, Anthony Johnson. He's
Yeah,
from
Anthony.
Angola.
Okay, so Anthony
He's
Johnson,
originally from Angola.
Johnson, who was a so-called black man, he owned another black man, and he
Mm-hmm.
wanted to have it legally. He wanted to be made legal for him to own him for life, and that was the first case that legalized the concept of what we know as chattel slavery, meaning owning a man for life and his children. It started
Facts.
with that case right there, unfortunately. So even like the concept of chattel slavery in the United States was not always a thing, or at least the what we're taught in history of chattel slavery was not always a thing.
Mm-hmm. It wasn't like that until I would say what it wasn't predominantly so-called white and so-called black until the 1800s, and we've already went over um that in the U.S. Census, only 4 states actually achieved. No, wait, 2 states, if I'm not mistaken. 2 states actually achieved 50% of so-called black slave population per se, and that was, I believe, South Carolina and Virginia, and I think they both achieved it in the 1840s. But keep in mind that's 1840s. Shit, slavery was almost over because, of course, it ended with the well, that version of slavery, agricultural slavery, ended in 1860s during the Civil War. But
Yeah.
it was almost over. That was at its peak. The peak of so-called black people being enslaved 50% or more only happened in 2 states. Now,
states like Georgia, Florida, Louisiana, Tennessee, Alabama, they got close, like, 40th percentile, but that only happened in the 1800s. Before that, no. Like, it was so small that it didn't even register when you look at the chart, which I have it right there. We'll pull it up again, but you get the point. Like, that's just not. It's the story behind slavery, well, agricultural slavery in the U.S. is way more nuanced than the average person the average person will understand nor give credit for. And it's purposeful to continue to perpetuate this narrative that the so-called Caucasian is a dominant race, especially the so-called Caucasian man is a dominant ruler. And in general, no, he's not. He's deceptive, but not dominant.
And there were even certain states in the United States. I think maybe it was South Carolina, where the amount of slave owners, I won't say predominantly Negro, because I'll be honest, I cannot recall. I'll just say this: a large portion of slave owners, specifically in states like South Carolina, were Negroes. I can't recall if they were the majority or not, so I'm not going to make a statement like that. I just know that there was a large population of black slave owners in the Carolinas, specifically South Carolina, as well as other states as well. But I can only recall South Carolina.
Yeah, I believe Larry Elder, if y'all know what I'm talking about, one time he said Louisiana had in certain parts of Louisiana there was a good portion of so-called black slave owners as well. But I have to look at it again. But yeah, I do. Yeah, that concept of there were no so-called black slave owners in the 1800s. That's just a lie, big fat lie. So y'all niggas can keep dreaming about that shit all you want, but whatever.
Now, we're not saying that there weren't they even the men who were black and slave owners, they didn't deal with certain disadvantages, because at that time, even during the post quote unquote Jim Crow, there were still kind of Jim Crow elements, if that makes sense. So the black man always had the struggle, no
Of
matter
course.
if a slave owner, a slave, or just a working black man. Because of course, America at that point was not our society, so we're always going to struggle, no matter the condition.
They definitely wasn't sitting pretty. I'll definitely tell you that much. That is absolute cap. So I definitely agree with that one. But this sentiment that they didn't own nobody, huh, keep dreaming. And that's the problem with the reparations conversation. In general, no, we don't deserve it. One, because we're not slaves now. That's number one. Reparations always went to the people who actually went through the shit, whether it was the internment camps, the concentration camps, uh the Native Americans, things of nature. Like, they actually went through that stuff. We didn't go through none of that agricultural slavery, so it's just a waste of time in that regard. And two, most of us do not fit the bill because our ancestors were not enslaved in this country in general. Now, were there some? Yeah, but that's not all. Even what's that organization? ADOS or ADOS, whatever. They know that. That's why they would get into a bunch of arguments with a lot of average so-called black people. Because the average so-called black person would try to claim that title, or ADOS or descendant of slave, whatever. And they knew, by actually doing some of this legwork, by doing some of that research that we're doing right now, they understood that no, not everybody's gonna fit that mold, bro. Not everybody fits that type of lineage from a historical perspective. So, you really got to put in the work to qualify. And that's the number one reason why they don't want to legalize that shit, because they're going to have to start telling the truth about slavery in its fullest context, and also the history of it, and who fits the bill and who don't. So you don't want to go down that route, so-called black people. You really don't. Let's see. Should be, yeah, we're good on comments. I'm
Yeah,
surprised Swinton jump back in.
agreed. He's probably back on work, and I agree, Song John. It's a
Yeah.
good book. I haven't finished it entirely though, but I have read the first like 3 or 4 chapters, which provides a lot of interesting
Something like
information,
that.
specifically
I
about
actually
a lot of the migrations, or excuse me, a lot of the deportations that happened during the rule of Oliver Cromwell, which I was already aware of, but this book goes into a lot more detail. So appreciate it.
Very good stuff. Very good stuff. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm just so agitated by this nigga's stupidity right now. I don't know if I want to keep watching this. She's awful.
Can we get a number?
Number
How
what?
many Slavic slaves were there?
Nigga, what?
How many Slavic slaves were
Slavic
there?
slaves. Nigga, what does that
See if
tell
we can
you?
get a number. Crimea Tatars raiders enslaved between 1 and 2 million Slavs from Russia and Poland, Lithuania. Okay, where
Over
is
the
that
period of
in
1500s to 1700s, Slavs, they were slaves for a much longer period. That's assuming
Exactly.
that number is true anyway. But
This wasn't even worse than the Holocaust.
Bruh.
1 to 2 million? That's not even worse than the Holocaust.
Bruh.
nigga, from the 1500s, what are you talking about, bro?
There
Oh
we
my
go.
god.
Crimea Tatar raiders enslaved between 1 and 2 million Slavs from Russia and Poland, Lithuania over the period of 200 years. So we got 200 years. They enslaved 1 million to 2 million. One of the best known Barbary slave trade.
Yeah, but my nigga,
So
this
that
is
is the number that they have, that the Slavs were enslaved. How were they treated in slavery?
Oh, you don't want to know.
How were they treated in slavery?
You don't want to
Did
know.
they lose their identity? Did they lose their nationality? Were their babies being fed to gators? Were they being lynched? Were they being killed for no reason? Were they?
Oh, boo-hoo.
Nigga,
I'm
they
sorry,
didn't even have one.
I'm sorry of the slavery pity party, nigga. Or
Nigga,
they
they
were
didn't
you
really
as
have a
used
nationality,
Bible.
nigga.
Like, what'd you
They
say?
didn't have shit. They didn't have shit. Like, they didn't have nothing to lose. They were a bunch of hairy bastards. Like, they didn't have shit. They have nothing to lose. That's why you lost all the shit, because you actually had it. Which is another question I think I asked Mac one time, and it was just a hypothetical. Because we know that realistically, so-called Caucasians, a lot of the time they stole our surnames, right? What were their names before that? Would you happen to have an idea of what that answer, like how to answer that question? Because if they were a bunch of hairy motherfuckers, like what were their names?
Well, I mean, it depends on the culture, because not all Caucasians are descendants of wild men. That's not
true. That's
like
true.
there were other subgroups of people. It's one of those things you would just have to look up each different tribe or nation of people and determine the lineage of their surnames. It's not something you can say where did white people get their surnames as a whole. It'd have to be way more nuanced than that.
That's fair. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
That's fair.
You'd have to.
But that's an interesting question.
The country, and then start from there, or a specific tribe, and start from there.
Because keep in mind, the average so-called Caucasian, the average so-called black person does not have the same last name today. So how could we have gotten it from slave masters? That makes no sense. But you know what? Hey, according to this guy, his government name's a slave name.
Is that what he said?
Well, you know how them camp niggas go. They all got, for the most part, Hebrew names now.
Oh,
that's their excuse. That's their excuse. So, well, my government name is a slave name.
Oh, Malcolm X.
Oh my goodness.
Able to go home, were they getting paid? Because we know there was a lot of white indentured servitude.
No, so they worked the land. What's this nigga talking about? They were not salary.
Yeah, prisoners of war. A lot of indentured servitude. Were they able to work their way off to freedom?
No.
Did their children get inherited as slaves?
Yes. Indentured.
Were their bills passed afterwards to keep them systemically oppressed and institutionally subjugated?
Yes.
Where's all the facts on that?
In the word indentured.
Where's all the facts on that?
What the fuck? Indentured, nigga, indentured.
And the thing is, basically, he's like, are they going through the same things we're going now? No. But what they went through happened during a different time period.
Exactly. And they were oppressed. No, they were oppressed for way longer.
Yeah, for a much longer period of time. But
1,000 years, nigga. 1,000 years. Revelation 20 and verse 1 through 3. 1,000 years, nigga. Even if you
Yeah.
wanted to say 400 years of slavery, that's not more than 1,000, bruh. Fuck. This
And then
shit's
if you want to even
stupid.
get history from a basic perspective, if you want to talk about Caucasians, the vast majority of Caucasians in America did not even come here until the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that was after the Glorious Revolution of 1848, meaning when like all the monarchies of Europe were overthrown because the peasants and the serfs were tired of being essentially oppressed.
Karl Marx and all them motherfuckers, all them
Yeah,
weird,
because
all them Karl Marx.
for those of you who don't know, Europe, especially in the 1800s, was the equivalent of like third world Africa today. The average citizen basically was living the life of a slave, bro.
Yep.
Of a
Whether they had
peasant.
money or not.
And they were tired of that. Hence, they rebelled, overthrew their governments. That's a whole nother story. But then many of them came to America never having shit. And for the first time, like Ken said, probably 1,000 years or longer, their families were able to actually make something of themselves.
Exactly. Communist Manifesto. That's what destroyed Europe in the 1800s. God damn. Them damn Marxist rebellions of what was it, 1848?
Yeah, it was the same year the Communist Manifesto came out, 1848. Yeah.
Yep. So I mean, it all connects when you understand real history, Deacon. Bro, I don't know if I can do this, man. I'm trying to make it to 35, and this nigga retarded, dog. What's the number? Can I get a number? Like, what the fuck? This thing is
might have to skip
perplexed.
this, bro. He don't even know what he's looking for, bro.
He don't. He has no idea he was looking for. And he's lied. He was lied, by the way. This is a live stream. Oh my god. He has no idea he's looking for. Okay, we're done.
Next.
The Slavic people.
Idiot.
All white, by the way.
Let's see what his conclusion is.
Necessarily saying the Slavs.
Well, let me see.
Slave between.
Just read.
Oh, okay. So this isn't necessarily saying the Slavs, the Slavic people.
What?
But it is, because they're saying the Slavic people are Russian, Poland, Lithuania. Either way, let's hear what she says.
Oh my nigga, that was a complete waste of time.
Millions of them, all white, by the way, were captured and enslaved by Muslims in the 9th century and later by the Ottoman Turks.
Not just them.
Slavery existed when the Roman Empire controlled the Mediterranean and most of Europe from the 1st through the 5th centuries. Slavery existed when Alexander the Great conquered Persia in the 4th century BC.
That's true.
It was so common that Aristotle simply considered it natural. The slave master model was just how the world operated in the great philosopher's day. Slavery existed during the time of the ancient Egyptians 5,000 years ago.
That's true.
As far back as we can go in human history, we find slavery. As renowned historian John Steele Gordon notes from time immemorial, slaves were a major item of commerce. As much as a third of the population of the ancient world was enslaved. Here's the second thing you need to know. White people were the first to formally put an end to slavery.
Yo, that nigga triggered.
Wow. What a statement. What a statement. What a statement.
Oh, shit.
How?
The nigga mad.
How, Sway?
Oh, man. White people, after they got $4.2 trillion off of free slave labor and killed 200 million of them and enslaved tens of millions of them, and then set up a system that when they do let them go out of their chains, they'll still be in bondage systemically. They let them go and put something in the Constitution called the 13th Amendment, that makes slavery legal in America.
You mean illegal?
But how did they put an end to it? Did not Abraham Lincoln say he did not want to free the slaves? What came after the what came from after the Emancipation Proclamation? What came out of that?
You still there, Ken? You just tired of the video?
No, I'm fucked up. My bad. How the fuck I do that? I didn't. I been kicked out of it. What the fuck? How did I do that? That's crazy. I was just switching back to the tabs just so I can see the comments real quick. That's crazy. Hold on, guys. My bad. All right, my bad. 20 seconds. You know what? Let's do 30. All right, cool.
Abraham Lincoln say he did not want to free the slaves. What came after the what came from after the Emancipation Proclamation? What came out of that? The Reconstruction era, which birthed the KKK. They killed thousands and thousands of us. And then the Jim Crow, proto Jim Crow. Over.
He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
You don't know what the fuck.
Added.
Either that or what's her face said really fucked up his brain so much.
In 1833, Britain was the first country in the history of the world.
We gotta touch on that part. That nigga said $4.2 trillion. By the way, 4.2, 42. Numerology alert.
That's what I'm saying, but niggas won't even. Nobody had $4.2 trillion, bro. That shit didn't exist. Like countries weren't printing money like that.
$4.2 trillion. What, nigga? In the 1850s.
$4.2 trillion. Yo, do me a favor, Ken. Look up the gross domestic product of the U.S. in the 1850s. I just want to see.
Fuck. You know what? Let me see something. Because Larry Elder touched on this subject. Let me see if I can find his video on this topic. Well, you know what? Let me see if I can find the clips because I got it on my shit. That is hilarious. That nigga said $4.2 trillion. Nigga, they didn't even exaggerate that shit in their reparations meeting. They didn't even say 4.2 trillion. Where is this nigga getting that shit from? Like $4.2 trillion, dog. Do you not know how much money that would be today?
No, fuck that would probably today. Back then,
talking about like that's before inflation and hyperinflation, my nigga. Like,
yeah,
how much money that would be today if you had like. If somebody made $4.2 trillion and let it sit like in a savings account, like for over 170 years.
Yeah, and even to add to Turner Class's point, he said we just at 6 trillion. I'm assuming he's talking about the debt.
Like what the?
Let me see,
man. Yeah. Like hold on, yeah. Let's rewind that back real fast. Okay, before I can pull this video. Let me see. That's what he said.
What came after the
Hold on. Okay, this work? Okay, yeah, this works. Nigga bad.
Wow. What a statement. What a statement.
You go, girl.
What a statement.
Oh shit.
How? Oh man. White people, after they got $4.2 trillion off of free slave labor, and killed 200 million of them and enslaved tens of millions of them, and then set up a system that when they do let them go out of their chains, they'll still be in bondage systemically. They let them go and put something in the Constitution called the 13th Amendment that makes slavery legal in America. So how did they put an end to it? Did not Abraham Lincoln say he did not want to free the slaves? What came after the what came from after the Emancipation Proclamation? What came out of that? The Reconstruction era, which birthed the KKK. They killed thousands and thousands of us.
Oh my God.
What does this have to do with slavery?
And then the
brother?
Jim Crow, Proto-Jim Crow.
What the fuck is wrong with this nigga, dog?
Over about 12,000 laws
12,000.
added.
Then he
I
said
wouldn't
12,000 laws.
I wouldn't know, so I'm not even going to comment.
In 1833,
Okay,
Britain was the first to
All right, let me see if I can. Dude, that is too funny. That nigga is so perplexed by that statement. Now, don't get me wrong. Is the statement wrong? Yeah, but not for the reason that that Deacon's saying. It's not wrong for the way. It's not wrong in the reason why that he's stating it. That's not correct. But I mean, did they end the agricultural aspect of slavery? Yeah. Okay.
In the United States.
Yeah, United States, but did they end slavery altogether? No, of course not. But they don't fucking have to. Like that's not how that shit goes. But whatever.
And even if you want to go there, no, we still technically have slave labor in the United States. I'll keep it a buck. If you make minimum wage or below minimum wage, that's slave labor, bro.
Slave labor automatically.
Especially if you're making below minimum wage, which a lot of these workers that work for farms, especially if they're illegal, they make below minimum wage, bro. That's slave labor, bro. Come on.
Mm-hmm. Now let me see. I might have it. Okay. I think I got it right here. Okay, let me look this up real quick. Move out of that. Move. Let me get my other account in this bitch. Here we go. Oh, come on. Don't start that mess. All right, give me a second. Guys. Oh, my God. This shit gonna take forever. Of course, they're gonna be on the whole shit. Come on. Oh, my goodness, dude. Let me see if I can work this. You was about to say something. I'd rather you keep on expounding on that while I find this.
Oh no, I wasn't gonna say nothing.
Oh, okay, never mind. Damn it, this shit's retarded.
I mean, if you ain't finding it or if it ain't working, we might as well just keep playing this video.
I got it. It's just that this shit's being stupid. Let me see if I can find it this way. Hopefully I can. Hopefully I can. No, wait, hold on. 2020. What is this? February there. Come on. Let's see. Is it there? Yeah, there we go. All right, cool. All right, let's see what we got here. God damn. That's not my shit. All right. Hold on. All right. See, I should be on this screen. I screen recorded this a long time ago. I did a story on it. I was going to do another story on this topic, but that's another thing when it comes to editing my videos. I gotta figure out other options because iMovie tripping when it comes to music, but whatever. But let's go ahead and look at this real quick. It's by the channel Larry Elder. It's a screen recording, so it's not the actual video. But he's going over the topic of reparations, and let's see what he says about the GDP. Because that's really that was the question that you asked, right? Like the GDP, whatever.
Yeah, I was about because he mentioned 4.2 trillion. I was like,
Trillion.
what was even the GDP in the 1800s for him to get that number?
Let's see what we got.
As
here.
to who pays, the case for reparations was laid out by this guy named Ta-Nehisi Coates. He is a
Y'all know him.
writer for The Atlantic, and about 3 years ago, he put out an article about the case for reparations, and it literally jump-started this whole conversation. He testified last week at the reparations hearing, and here's what he said.
It is impossible to imagine America without the inheritance of slavery. As historian Ed Baptist has written, enslavement, quote, shaped every crucial aspect of the economy and politics of America, so that by 1836, more than 600 million, or almost half of the economic activity in the United States, derived directly or indirectly from the cotton produced by the million-odd slaves. By the time the enslaved were emancipated, they comprised the largest single asset in America, $3 billion in 1860, more than all the other assets in the country combined.
Now wait a minute. What did he say? What was that number again?
3 billion.
3 billion. So where does the 4.2 trillion come in? Now wait a minute. Let's get let's see what we got here. Let's see if I'm gonna try to go down some of these videos so we can get an understanding of what the actual GDP was, because even he wasn't correct.
Of cultivating this asset was neither gentle cajoling nor persuasion, but torture, rape, and child trafficking. Enslavement reigned for 250 years on these shores. When it ended, this country could have extended its hallowed principles, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness to all, regardless of color. But America had other principles in mind. And so for a century after the Civil War, Black people were subjected to a relentless campaign of terror, a campaign that extended well into the lifetime of Majority Leader McConnell.
Speaking of Mitch McConnell not down with reparations.
Yeah, I don't think reparations for something that happened 150 years ago, for whom none of us currently living are responsible, is a good idea.
Yeah, shut up.
McConnell is right.
Shut up, monkeys.
All right, let's see. That's
Look,
he's right though, but not for his
ugly part of human history.
Deserve reparations. This shit happened 500 years ago, and y'all are still bitching.
You're still bitching like a bunch of bitches.
Pull yourself by your bootstraps. I remember my great grandfather.
He owned all y'all with humbleness, with sincerity. Okay, let's see if this works.
Monkeys. Whining.
Which at 77 million.
Now, hold on. That's not it. Okay, this might be right.
So saying the gross domestic product was 77 million.
The rationale for doing so comes from accounting as the price of the final.
Okay, hold on. Let me make sure I got my screen recordings right, because this might be it right here. Okay.
Article called Six Inconvenient Truths About Slavery.
And then we'll go to those two after.
Says this. Okay. The Romans seized so many captives from Eastern Europe that the term Slav and slave bore the same origins. All the great cultures of the ancient world, from Egypt to Babylonia, Athens to Rome, Persia to India to China, depended upon the brutal enslavement of the masses, often representing heavy majorities of the population. Contrary to the glamorization of Aboriginal New World cultures, the Mayas, Aztecs, and Incas counted among the most brutal slave masters of them all, not only turning the members of other tribes into harshly abused beasts of burden, but also using these conquered enemies to feed a limitless lust for human sacrifice. End of quote.
I want to get to what he said. Might be there. I don't think this is like framed correctly. Let me make sure. This isn't right. But that was a very good point, though. Like we went over earlier. The
ugly part of human history is that slavery has been a part of it from the very beginning. It's only been in the last 10,000 years or so that the idea of slavery has been reconsidered, and the reconsideration occurred in the West. Asians enslaved Asians, Caucasians enslaved Caucasians, Native Americans or what we call Native Americans enslaved Native Americans, blacks enslaved blacks. In fact, the best evidence is that slavery was going on the continent of Africa thousands of years before the Arab slavers got involved in slave trading and before the Europeans ever set foot on the continent.
Okay, hold on. That might not be it. So we'll just go up to the GDP part. Let's see if it. I did these so long ago. I don't even remember if I did them correctly, but let's see.
What, you think you have them out of order, nigga?
Yeah, they're kind of out of order.
Which at 77 million made up about 5% of the estimated GDP of the United States in 1836. Baptiste then committed a fundamental accounting error. He proceeded to double and even triple count the intermediate transactions involved in cotton production. Things like land purchases for plantations, tools used for cotton production, transportation, insurance, and credit instruments used in each. Eventually, that 77 million became 600 million in Baptiste's accounting, or almost half of the entire antebellum economy of the United States. There's a crucial problem with Baptiste's approach. The calculation of GDP, the main formulation of national accounts, and a representation of the dollar amount of economic activity in a country in a given year only incorporates the value of final goods and services produced.
So
which at 77 million made up about.
So basically they were just adding shit
to inflate the numbers, essentially.
The rationale for doing so comes from accounting, as the price of the final good already incorporates intermediate transactions that go into its production and distribution. Baptiste's numbers are not only wrong, they reflect a basic unfamiliarity with the meaning and definition of GDP. Here's the other problem. We're assuming that the major problems facing the Black community are a legacy of slavery. Where's your proof? The number one problem facing the Black community is the absence of fathers. And 100 years ago, only about 20-25% of Black kids were born outside of wedlock. In some places, in some cities, census reports suggest that a Black kid was slightly more likely to be born to a mother and father married than a white kid. Now that number is almost 70%. Unless you're prepared to say racism is bigger now than it was 100 years ago, you cannot pin that on slavery.
That about sums that up.
Yep.
So I think we're pretty much done with that Deacon video.
Hey, I mean, you gotta give a props to Larry Elder, bro.
You went in on that.
I really right there, Larry Elder.
That nigga went in, boy. He gotta just let y'all know, whether y'all watch it or not. He has a documentary called Uncle Tom out. I think it's like 2 parts or whatever, where he talks about Martin Luther King, all types of shit. So
damn, you know, like in depth, like real shit, or the narrative.
Apparently it's more so in depth about how he was a communist and things of that nature. So shout out to them for doing that work. I mean, they're still conservative, so there's still some issues there, obviously. But shout out to them for acknowledging stuff like that, bro. So shout out to them for that. But I'm pretty much done with Deacon's video. Look, that nigga literally went live with that stupidity, dog. I don't know what to tell him, dog. And that was so dumb what he was doing, but it is what it is, bro. Like, that was so fucking lazy. But let's see what some comments we got in here before we start our etymology exercise. Let's see what we got. Back to the turn. Wasn't no trillions till the past 40 years. Thank you. Wasn't no trillions until the past 40 years. We was just at 6 trillion years ago. 10 years ago. He said 10 years ago. That's hilarious. I mean, seriously, we weren't even $10 trillion. We weren't even trillions of dollars in debt until 10 years ago. All of a sudden, we had $4.2 trillion sitting in the stash somewhere, accumulated due to GDP in 1865. Give me a fucking break. Like, come on, bro. It's just lies, man.
Was it the Louisiana Purchase for millions?
No, it was billions, bro, at the very least. They paid $6 billion for that shit. Oh my God.
Let me see. I'm not even sure if it was in the millions, man. I'm gonna look this up.
Yeah, see if you can look it up. And if you can,
no, it was 15 million for the Louisiana purchase. Yeah, 15 million.
Yeah, I mean, that's way. I mean, it would have to at least be in the billions if you generate trillions of dollars by the time 1850. I mean, come on, that's crazy. Trillion, bruh. Trillion, Deacon. Trillion. Anyway, who follows this dude? A lot.
And
I
the
believe
thing
that's
is,
the second
even
biggest
in
camp.
today's economy, if you were to keep inflation, that's about 342 million today.
Yeah.
It's
Like,
still not
bruh,
trillions of dollars.
like, bro, you know how much $4.2 trillion if you put it in the savings account for 170 years in an inflation economy, you know how much that would be? Like, nigga, I would say I don't even think that's only think you can quantify that money. Like, come on, bro.
Maybe so if they had 4.2
What's
trillion
after
back
trillion?
then, today maybe it'd be in the gazillions.
Gazillion dollars. That sounds goofy. 10 gazillion dollars.
No, that's an actual term, gazillion. I can't
Wow.
remember like what that it's a lot of fucking zeros.
Yeah, wherever the fuck that looks like on a piece of paper. Like, what the fuck? Gazillion dollars. Give me a fucking break. Because I thought it was trillion, then it was zillion. I didn't think it was gazillion. I mean, shit. Gazillion dollars.
No, I don't think billion. I mean, billion, a gazillion might be after, but basically, it's just a lot of fucking money, bro.
Yeah, no,
It's a lot of fucking money.
God damn, Deacon, that shit's so stupid, bro. What did Switch say earlier? Damn, Deke. Fact. Like, come on, bro. That shit's stupid. Shit, child to ESPN 00 in the building. You know what I mean? 10,000 years. Larry Elder did say 10,000 years.
Yeah, that didn't make any fucking sense.
I was like, what? But that's what happens when you don't believe in the Bible, man. Everybody thinks the world's been around for 100 million years or some shit. Like, just
but even in conventional history, niggas weren't ending slavery 10,000 years. What is he talking about?
Into slavery 10,000 years. Like, come on, bro. It's just retarded. Like, no, bro. No, Larry. That's madness, dude. Oh my god. But time for a little exercise, guys. Put a comment your surname or your father's surname in the comment section. We're gonna do a etymology exercise live, and we're going to find out your origins of your last name. So if you could comment your last name, D-Ben, we'll go first. We'll use you first, and then we'll go last with mine because it's going to put into context of my logo that's going to be revisited in this stream. So if you'd like to do the honors.
Yeah, so I'll go with my actual family surname. So it's Goman, Gomon.
All right, Goman. Hold on real quick. Let me put this live on the screen. There ain't no tricks and gimmicks here. Ain't no tricks and gimmicks. All right. So how do you spell that again, sir?
Gomon.
Oh, come on now. Hurry up, screen. Share it. Why is it not sharing? Oh my goodness. Is the shit overheating again? Give me a second, guys. Give me a second. Come on, hurry up. Okay, screen acting up. Give it a second.
What, your computer overheating?
Yeah, I mean, it might be. It's just kind of like fucking up right now. It did that the last time I was live. There was a little screen delay or whatever. I mean, I'm still able to kind of like click on stuff. I mean, I'm still in the stream, so I'm just assuming that it's gonna do this bullshit for a second.
All right.
Right when we get to the important part, just want to do this. Oh, it's just okay. I don't understand what's going on here. Okay, there we go. Hold on, real quick. Okay, now it's came back. All right, so all right, Google. And you said what was it again?
Gomon.
Gomon. Omen. Oh, who else there? Omen, name meaning. All right, there we go. Name meaning. Let's see if we can find something here. Oh, wow. It's going to change it.
Common. So just Gomon.
Yeah, I don't know why it did that. You're retarded. Okay. All right, let's see. Common. Okay. Ancestry. No, I won't do ancestry. That's just lame. Does this one? Okay, House of Names. This is the ones I usually use. It's either House of Names or it's like surname database, but I don't see that one. So let's go to House of Names. Let's see what we get here. This is live, guys. This is live. All right. All right, we're looking this up live. All right. I should be able to see that on the screen. I made it as full as I can. This is a coat of arms right here. Okay, so whether that's the ancient coat of arms, not quite sure, but all right. Early origins of the Goman family. The surname Goman, was found in the Herefordshire, where they held a family seat as lords of the manor. The Saxon influence of English history diminished after the Battle of Hastings in 1776. Wow,
1066.
What the fuck am I reading? Okay, rewind all that back. The Saxon influence of English history diminished after the Battle of Hastings in 1066. The language of the courts was French for the next 3 centuries, and the Norman ambiance prevailed. But Saxon surname survived, and the family name was first referenced in the 13th century when they held estates in that shire. Let's see. Spelling variations of the family name include Gomond, Gomond, Gomande, and others. Early notables, okay. Migration to modern family. This is probably some bullshit. But some of the first settlers of the family name or some of its variants were the name represented in many forms and recorded in the 17th century. In the Great Migration from Europe, okay, so they're talking about so-called Caucasians, so that's bullshit. Let's see if we can find another source. But that's a good one. Let's see what we got. Let's see Wikipedia. Let's see if we can get some Wikipedia from this.
Oh yeah, because while you was looking it up, I was looking the commonality of the last name is common in like Ukraine, Russia, but then after that is Ivory Coast.
Yeah, they probably. Oh, okay. So Ivory
It's
Coast.
the
That makes
most
sense.
like in terms of like the most. Ivory Coast is like the country in Africa where the last name is most common compared to other countries. So it's Ukraine 1, Russia 2, Ivory Coast, then Belarus, Pakistan. 6 is Benin, 7 United States, 8 Philippines, Israel, and then Liberia at 10.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not a lot, but do you have any extra information that you want to add? Because I can't. I don't think
The only
there's
thing I was able to find a while ago, I was looking at a book of French last names, and the name Goman appeared there as well. From what I know of history, because I do know the French and the English were kind of intertwined during different time periods, specifically during the time period of why am I forgetting his name? Not Alexander. Was it William the Conqueror in Normandy? I think he's like William the Conqueror when they invaded and took over England for a time period. So there was a lot of French nobility who were in England for a period of time, and they kind of became the nobility of England. And then later on, there was the 100 Years' War, where the English, I think it was I can't remember the ruler at that time. I think it was Edward the second or third, since he was descended from William the Conqueror, he thought he had the right to rule France. So they invaded France, and there was a large English population that remained there as well. Basically, I'm saying all this to say this, that the English and the French have essentially are intermixed and intertwined during certain time periods. Now, this is something I do need to do a little bit more research on. I just know that throughout the Middle Ages, there were multiple expulsions of quote unquote Jews or people who practiced Judaism during different time periods. So, like, for example, I think I might have mentioned it earlier, 1319, or excuse me, 1290, there were certain practicing Jews who were expelled from Great Britain, and they moved to France for a period of time. And then from there, they were later expelled to Spain and Portugal. And then finally, that's when the Great Exposition happened, or the Spanish Inquisition, where like a lot of so-called black Jews or Moors were kicked out of Spain and Portugal, and they end up settling in various islands, like near the continent of Africa, as well as certain parts of the west coast of Africa as well. So I'm just saying this to say that I would not be surprised. Again, I would have to do more research if my family has some lineage from those people. Because at least what my dad told me, he always says that his father was a native. So like he was never like enslaved or anything like that. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, okay, so if he was never a slave, then where's the last name come from if it wasn't from quote unquote essentially Americans, or excuse me, Black Americans who immigrated there. If that's not where I got the name from, then it would have to be from some type of other origin that I'm trying to discover.
Okay. Yeah, that's good. You should keep well, never mind. That's more so a private matter. So that's something we have to discuss off the web, but you get the point. Yeah, so that was like I said, it's good exercise.
Yeah, I might try ancestry.com or maybe a DNA test. I'm kind of wary of things like that, but we'll see.
I would strongly advise against it.
Yeah, I know.
They've been exposed for data collecting.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? But like I said, man, guys, leave your last name or your father's last name in the comment section. We want more interaction with this. Shout out to Messiah for leaving his last name. Is that your father's last name, Messiah?
Shoot, your mother's last name too. Fuck it. Your grandmama's last name. Your cousin's last name. Fuck it.
Oh yeah, if you know anybody, if there's anybody that you know their last name is their father's last name, leave it in there. We're just trying to get a better idea of people's last names and stuff. But shout out to Messiah. Is this your father's last name? Williams, okay. Mac and Messiah, are these your father's last names? Because these are the ones we're gonna go next. I just want to make sure, because it's all about the patriarchal lineage anyway. So I just want to make sure that these are you guys' father's last names. So let's see. Should be Burks.
Yeah, he said yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm typing right now, so I can't look.
Yeah, they both say yeah.
All right, cool. Burks name meaning. Origin. All right, cool. Okay. This is also European. Let's see. House of Names. Is there a surname database for this one? Furcrest. Okay, yep. This one's got surname. This is my favorite one. Surname database. So you usually got a long entry here for names that's on here. All right. So let's see. Last name Burke. Or Burks. I'm gonna look at. Okay, you see, I should be able to see this. Zoomed up as much as I can. All right, so y'all ready? Right, here we go. This ancient and aristocratic, there we go, aristocratic English and Norman Irish surname was first held by Burred, King of West Mercia, England, 852 to 874, and several centuries later by the original Earls of Ulster. Hey, that's a connection between me and him. Ulster and Clinaricard in Ireland, the surname is recorded in the spellings of Burr, Burke, Burke, Bork, and particularly popular in Ireland, where it has long held great state. The name is topographical and originates from residence by or probably the ownership of a fortress on a hill. I guess that's what it means. And derivation is form of Old English pre-7th century burr or the burr anyway, or the Anglo-Saxon Anglo-Saxon burr. The villages of Burr in the county of Suffolk and Burr in the Lincolnshire, England, are typical examples of the place name, and both provided early surname holders. The surname is distinguished by being almost amongst the very first ever recorded. See below in other recordings, including Godfrey de Burke of Herefordshire in 1272, and Hubert de Burke of Somerset in 1273. The name was introduced into Ireland by William de Burgo of Burr and Suffolk, who accompanied Strongbow, the Earl of Pembroke, an Anglo-Norman invasion of 1169 and 1170. William
God
de
damn.
Burgo, yeah.
I gotta stop, bro. I'm looking. There are a lot of basketball playing niggas called Burks, bro.
Yeah, that's true. I know a Trey Burks, if I'm not mistaken.
No, because
Anyone Trey Burke? Yeah.
I'm just looking at this. Alec Burks, American basketball players, born in the 90s. Antonio Burks, born 1980. Yep. Another Antonio Burks, born 1982. There is Tommy Burks, or no, Traylon Burks. That nigga played football.
Mm-hmm.
There's a dude called Michael Burks. He was an American blues singer, guitarist, all that.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
There are a lot of fucking Burks.
Let's see his family coat of arms. Let's see if there's something.
Warren Burks, another nigga who played football. A lot of football playing niggas in basketball. Gregory Burks, another basketball player.
Yeah. Okay, they got the black lion there. They got the black lion. You see that? Burks. You see that? You see that black lion in the coat of arms. It might be trying to tell you something. I don't know. That boy Burks might be tribe of Judah, you diggity dig dig. Just saying. You never know. All right, let's see. The surname of Burks was a locational name. The dweller among the birch trees. From residents nearby, local names usually denoted where a man lived and held land. And hold on, let me pull out a little bit. And hold on. It indicated where he actually lived. The name was derived from Old English word Burke. Early records of the name mentioned Richard Dale Burks, 1275. Okay. Let's see. Y'all can look this up. I just want to see like what the name actually like really meant. So we got that one, but as you can see, a lot of NBA players were named Burks. Now they might have different variations of the spelling, but the name is still Burke though, or Burke. So there's that one. Let's see. Of course, Williams, we already know for the most part, but of course, for the sake of the exercise, we're gonna do that one. Move, man. Hell no, you don't get my location, bitch. Williams name origin. All right, let's see. All right. I know they got surname database on this one. Or maybe just Irish surnames. Okay, whatever. All right, let's get it. All righty. Williams. All right, we probably won't go too long with this one, but you get the point. Recorded in various spellings, including William, Williams, and Williamson. This is the surname, which can be of English, Scottish, Irish, and Welsh origins, as we've already noted before. Wherever found, it is ultimately Germanic. and was introduced into England and Scotland around the time of Norman conquest in 1066, carried by 4 English kings. It derives from the personal name Wilhelm, composed of the elements will, meaning of strong mind, and helm, translating literally as helmet, but in this context meaning protection, as the patronymic of the short form of S, meaning son of, is often added, although the name is popular, particularly in Scotland, in its long style of Williamson. Political correctness is not a new phenomenon, and after the accession of King William I in 1066, the name became the most popular British personal name. And with its creation of surnames from the 12th century in an equally popular surname, the list of prominent holders of the surname is almost endless. But one of the more usual could be said to be the famous Republican Oliver Cromwell, who reigned in England from 1650 to 1658. Now, as I tend so-called black man. Anyway, and whose family were formerly called Williams. They held extensive estates in Wales, but under instructions from King Henry VIII, the family name was changed to Cromwell. Griffith Williams was the bishop to Ossory in Ireland and a staunch supporter of the Metrid King Charles I. Edward Williams helped to preserve the ancient Welsh language, being chief druid and bard of Wales. The first recorded spelling of the family name is believed to be of Richard William. This was dated 1279 in the 100 Rolls of the country of Oxfordshire, England. That's probably cap, but you get the point. So there you go with that. We kind of know about Williams already. You know, Serena Williams, Venus Williams, you know, the running back for the Dolphins back in the day, Ricky Williams, Billy D. Williams, you know, things of that nature. So we kind of know about him already, about Williams. Anybody else? Anybody else want to put black line? That would be kind of be referring to the tribe of Judah. That's kind of the point. So
yeah, the line always represents the color. Since it's black, it means it's representing a specific house. Like in this case, it's like the House of Flemings. I know that's one that has the black lion. There's also like another like royal house that typically uses the black lion. But the key is the lion. That's in reference, meaning that those people believe they were descendants of the tribe of Judah.
Yeah. It could be he could be right. It could be Benjamin. It could be Kingdom of Judah per se. But I would go with tribe though. I'm gonna go with tribe because it's about the family crest. So I'm gonna go with tribe. I'm gonna go with tribe more so than the kingdom of Judah itself. But it's possible though. It's possible it could be just be talking about the kingdom of Judah. But yeah, definitely Perez or Zerah. That's definitely key there. Anybody else that wants to put their last name in the, once again, you don't have to put your whole government name, okay? Just if you're thinking, you don't have to put your whole government name in there, just to let you know. But if you want to put your last name in the comment section, we can do a quick research on it, you know, before we get to mine. Because of course, when we get to mine, we're gonna close out the stream in that way. So I want to make sure I get as many people as possible. I'm trying to think if there's any last names. No problem, Isaiah, by the way. No problem. I'm trying to think if there's any last names I want to kind of go over that comes to mind. Not sure. I'm trying to think. You know what? I can go with my mother's last name. This is not really important, but I'm just trying to get the point across. Which, I mean, this is the last name I go by, but you know, hopefully I can change it one day. Of course, no disrespect, of course. But house of names.
Oh, Bledsoe,
Let's
nigga. You should have been a basketball player, nigga.
stop it. I'm retired. All
Ghetto
right, let's
Bledsoe.
get up. Get up. Stop it. Oh my goodness. What's on that family crest right there? What is that? Is that a dress or so? What is that, like a tree or something? Or is that arrows?
I cannot tell. Like
That's
clamshell? Oh no.
clam. That's interesting. All
I'm
right,
actually
let's see what we got here. The surname Bledsoe was found in Bedfordshire, sorry, Old English, located the south and southeast central England, formerly part of the Anglo-Saxon kingdom in Mercia, where they held a family seat as lords of the manor after the Battle of Hastings in 1066. And once again, 1066, very common. Let's see. King Harold granted most of Britain to many victorious barons, and it was not uncommon to find a baron or a bishop with 60 or more lordships scattered throughout the country. These he gave to his sons, nephews, and other junior lines of his family, and they became known as under tenants. They adopted the Norman system of surnames. Let's see. And let's see. After many rebellious wars between his barons, Duke William commissioned a census of all England to determine in 1086, settling once for all who held which land, and he called the census the Domesday Book, indicating that the holders registered would hold the land until the end of time. Conjecturally, the surname was descended from the tenant of the lands of Bledsoe, Obsert de Boule from Hugh de Beaucamp, a Norman baron who was recorded in the Domesday Book census of 1086. All right. Okay, let's see. Various spellings. Norman surnames are characterized by a multitude of spelling variations. The frequent changes in surnames are largely due to the fact that the Old and Middle English languages lacked definite spelling rules, allegedly. The introduction of Norman French to England, as well as the official core languages of Latin and French, also pronounced the influences and spelling of surnames, since medieval scribes and church officials recorded surnames as they sounded rather, and adhering to specific spelling rules. It was common to find the same individual referred to with different spellings. The name has been spelled Bledsoe, 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 or Bledsoe, Blessor, and many more. All right, so let's see. Anybody else? Anybody else? What's Swin saying? Oh, Swin's back. Oh, that boy back. He back. Ha ha. The boy back.
Hey, what's up with y'all, man? Hey, my
BKP had
fault,
to make an appearance, nigga.
man. Shit, man. My
Ah, shit.
fault.
Come on, bro. Come on. Push through
Earlier,
internet
bro.
connection.
Damn, y'all can't hear me still?
No, we
No,
can
no,
hear
you
you now.
good.
We
You
can hear you
go
now,
ahead. Go
brother.
ahead.
Oh, okay. No, yeah, man. I was in. I guess I'm still in the area, but I was in this bullshit area. You know, if any of y'all in Georgia, y'all know this city called Loganville. You know, got a lot of hick town
Yep,
areas and
Loganville.
whatnot. You know, so and I ain't want to try to get back on
God damn.
Come on.
like Cootie and whatnot. Y'all hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay,
You
okay.
cutting up a little bit, but it was not as bad as last time, bro.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I was just saying I didn't want to come in and out and fuck up with the continuity what y'all was spitting on, because y'all was hitting on some heavy knowledge. Y'all was really cooking that nigga Deacon, man. I'm gonna be real. I'm disappointed in that nigga, bro. I'm gonna be real, dog.
That nigga didn't even try to look at the word. He just went like
retarded. I was like, what the fuck?
I'm disappointed in that nigga because you hear the nigga debating and he be bringing out some nice scholarship, in his debates. He be coming at these Christians and these rabbis and whatnot, and even when he be debating of the Israelites, they could be bringing out, some heavy scholarship and edification. So I was kind of shocked that he didn't know. I mean, that's a basic knowledge, bro. You know that the Slavic, the term Slav, comes from when they were Slavs in ancient Europe. I mean, that's basic shit, nigga. Like, I was just shocked.
Honestly, I think he was just emotionally offended by what's her face speaking, nigga. He couldn't get past that.
He couldn't get past it.
I guess so, bro. Candace Owens does have that effect on niggas, man. And Candace Owens, she be hitting on some real shit,
She does. She does. She knows
some real shit, bro. I mean, she's still a token Negro for the Republican Party, but she do be hitting on some real shit though. And I love how she be stirring up these liberals. It should be hilarious. But yeah, y'all was cooking the brother Deacon. I just want to say one point as well. Just because y'all were talking about that Revelation the 20th chapter. Earlier when it comes
you was trying to cook on, brother, but the devil kept you away, nigga.
The devil, man. The white man had his foot on my neck and my O'Shea voice, bro.
He really let himself out of prison for that one. He had to get your ass on out of here, boy.
But y'all was cooking when it came to that. I just want to say, because y'all pretty much touched on a lot, and I don't want to go heavy back into that point because we've already moved on. But I just want to say, you think about it, man. A lot of scripture that a lot of brothers like to bring out is Job, the 9th chapter, the 24th verse, when it goes into, how the world is given to the hand of the wicked. But more into that, the following words in that precept go into how he's covered the faces of the judges thereof. You think about Revelation 20th chapter and juxtaposing that to Matthew the 1st chapter, I think 1st Maccabees, the 3rd chapter where it goes to how we change the images and whatnot, and all the other great precepts that speak about, how to basically Esau would pretty much erase what was righteous, and also erase the people of righteousness, replace those with his own people, the 48ers and whatnot, replace those with his own people, or the top ranking tribe, or group of his own people, that being the tribe of Amalek, and pretty much cover what was always known throughout history to be associated with the Most High and righteousness. You think about all these other nations, even though, like you mentioned earlier, just because we were the holy people doesn't mean we were always acting holy. But the other nations, people always knew who the people that served Yahweh were. Because we were the only nation of people by the Most High's will that would to serve Him. In terms of like the ordained people. Now, of course, I'm not saying other nations can acknowledge who the God of Israel is. I'm just saying that He's the God of Israel. We were always known through our history to be the people who serve Yahweh. You think about also 2nd Esdras, the 14th chapter, going into how the 10 tribes would go into Assyria. What does it also say in that precept? It tells you how the Most High would deliver into Assyria to serve Him, to come back to their ways and serve Him. You know what I'm saying? So that was the intention. So I understand what Deacon was saying when he was talking about the tribes over in the Americas at that time. Trying to be on a righteous wavelength. I get it. I understand the point that he was trying to make with that. And don't get it twisted. The white man's school system has covered up that part of history, going into covering the face of the judges. He's covered up that part of history. But that also doesn't mean that the 10 tribes that were over in the Americas were acting in righteousness. As y'all mentioned earlier, they're following a lot of kinetic practices, one being human sacrifice, which you can read about in that book, Lost Tribes and Promised Lands. Basically, it details how the 10 tribes came to America, but they weren't all basically, righteous and holy and whatnot. But they did embrace some of the more pagan practices, this, that, and third. So I just wanted to recap that. But that's a precept that's often brought out is that, that the world is given to the hand of the wicked, but it also mentions how you cover the faces of the judges. going into that Revelation the 20th chapter. I think that's why I'm like the third verse or whatever or so. That's going into how the point will go out to deceive the nations and all of that. It's all interconnected. It was written, as we all know, it was written from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So it's all interconnected in regards to the deception, the lies, and how the Most High has appointed them for this time period to deceive the world, basically, so that he would be fully justified when that mass judgment comes. I often think about Isaiah the second chapter. That goes to how the Most High will basically come down on the haughty, the proud, and whatnot of the nation. Yeah, of course, of the nation first, as the scriptures say. I think that's the First Peter that goes to how the Most High will visit. I forget the exact word that's used, but basically those who understand and know that they're Israelites first. The Most High will visit those people first, and then basically scatter out that judgment to the other nations or the other groups of people as well. And of course, the 1/3 of the nation will be saved. But it's all His will, and it's all according to His time period and His plan. But oftentimes we think about history. I hear the talking point a lot about, you know, slavery and, how Esau's put us in subjection and servitude and whatnot. And not even just from the Shattau slavery perspective, but also from the mental conditioning in today's time period through the programming, the propaganda, through the media, how they've attacked the black nuclear family through penetrating the mind of the woman, and whatnot, to basically seek after the white man's validation more than keep the family intact, and also how they use the puppets of their pawns, they, brought up to be prominent figures in black society to basically spew a negative image of the black man, not just to our community, but also to the other nations as well. You think about what is the reason why they're doing that. Number one, it's because we disobeyed the laws of the Most High. You go into the scriptures and the curses, it tells you verbatim, if you do these things against my will, all these things will happen to you. So it was our fault to begin with. But then another angle, why is the white man so hard on that, where he just is relentless in his approach? Like, you think about it, he's really attacking the black man from all angles. It was more physical back in that time period, but even from the mental angle today, you got the mainstream media, you got music, you got YouTubers, you got people just in your circle and whatnot who have fallen asleep to that propaganda. You've got so many different vehicles, machines. So many different vehicles and avenues Esau has used to come against our community, especially the men. Why is that? It's because the top ranking members of their elite people understand and know what we did to them during that time period, bro. When we was on them niggas, man, we was on them niggas, bro.
Yep.
Like, we was on them niggas, man. Stomping on them niggas. And they understand, they know their top group people know what we were doing to them. So they're not gonna let up until Yahweh Shah comes back, man. It's only gonna get worse.
Mm-hmm. That truth gonna get more and more ugly as it comes out, bro.
Exactly, and that's why I can't understand why a lot of brothers can't embrace this concept, how we ruled in Europe for that time period, and up into the 1800s, the early 1800s, late 1700s, how we were the rulers of that time period. I don't get how brothers can't see that point, because you think about all the different angles and the avenues and whatnot, that the white man comes up against our people, specifically our men, using media propaganda, and basically how the programming has made people a slave to that, and it's very hard to get out of that programming and get out of that mental framework. I don't understand how brothers can't understand the reason why he's doing that. He's getting his lick back, bro. He knew what we did to the top ranking people. They know what we did to them, and they just trying to enjoy theirs while they can. So it's nothing to feel hard feelings over. It just is what it is. We're gonna get our lick back too when the Most High sees that time appointed to do so. If it is in this time period, Lord will it is. We're gonna get our lick back too if we're of those men, But that they getting their lick back right now, bro. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm. Hey, D-Man, you want to add anything?
No, I mean, he was kind of cooking for a while, and like
He
I know
was.
he dove right back to that Revelations 20 topic, but in terms of that, there's nothing really else I need to add on to that.
Messiah said 1 Peter 4:17. That's a good one. 1 Peter 4:17. For the time has come for judgment to begin at the
Yeah, that's what I
house
was talking
of
about. Yep.
okay, yeah. At the house of the Most High, and it begins with us first.
Yeah,
What will
yeah.
the end of those who did not obey the gospel of the Most High? I'm gonna continue
Con.
reading.
Appreciate that,
Now,
Messiah.
yeah, appreciate that, bro. Now, if the righteous one is scarcely saved, where will the ungodly and the sinner appear? Therefore, let those who suffer according to the will of the Most High commit their souls to Him in doing good as to the faithful Creator. So, yep, gotta remember, like, the patience is very key, because you know that judgment will come. Now, of course, we cannot guarantee in our time, of course, because it has to show itself first before we can even begin to start guaranteeing it. But you know, for a lot of people's ignorance and their willingness to embrace wickedness proudly, yeah, they're going to face judgment for that. But you can't be too impatient when it comes to these scenarios, because at the end of the day, we got to focus on gearing ourselves gearing ourselves to embrace newer afflictions, newer challenges. So it's very important to remain balanced. I mean, we kind of talked about this last night when we was on that call last night. So, you know, a lot of us kind of know exactly where I'm going with this, but the spirit of patience and the spirit of balance, and understanding that judgment will come, but not on your time, it's just on the Most High's time, is very important.
And then also, just to add on another thing, we also have to understand, what does it mean to be patient? What is the patience
Hmm.
of the saints? Like it alludes to in Revelation. I just want to go to Second Ezra, the 9th chapter. So I'll start at verse 5 just to get the entire point. For like as all that is made in the world hath a beginning and an end, and the end is manifest. Even so, the times also of the highest have a plain beginning, and wonder and powerful works, and endings and effects and signs. Meaning what? The beginning has been established and the end has been established. And we already know, according to the scriptures, Joel, the 2nd chapter, I believe the book of Habakkuk mentions this as well. Essentially, how the day of the Lord is going to be darkness, blood, earthquakes, things like that. All these things are going to be happening when the day of the Lord appears. Also, like the sound of the trumpet, that it alludes to, I believe, in Matthew, the 24th chapter. So there are going to be plenty of signs for us to see, to know that that day has come. But continuing on, verse 7, and everyone that shall be saved and shall be able to escape. How do we escape? By his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed. Why? Because your works is what demonstrates your faith. And this is demonstrated in James, the 2nd chapter. I mean, I know I've mentioned James, the 2nd chapter so many times, but literally there's a reason why that was included in the New Testament for believers to read, so they could understand that and not be confused by the writings of Paul, because a lot of people don't understand this, but even Peter alludes to this as well. And I think 2nd Peter, the 3rd chapter, how the writings of Paul are hard to be understood, and those who are not well studied are going to lead themselves to their own destruction. Why? Because you're going to convince yourself that you can live a life contrary to the standards, law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High, and still be saved and still be righteous. That's buffoonery. That's foolishness. But continuing on, so everyone that shall be saved and shall be able to escape by his works and by faith, whereby ye have believed, shall be preserved from the said perils, and shall see my salvation, where? In my land and within my borders. Meaning what? The salvation is in the kingdom. When the nation of Israel, those of us who are descended from the people of the book, as the quote unquote nation of Islam referred to them as, are returned to our land and given our inheritance. That's true salvation. It's not in the clouds, man. It's here on the earth. And that's what we're waiting for. But in order to be able to inherit that that land, that kingdom, in order to be able to inherit that rest, which I believe that Psalms the 95th chapter alludes to, the rest, which is the kingdom,
we have to have the faith and keep the works. Now, how do we keep the works? That's by following the law, by reading and understanding and trying to get a grasp of how we can apply certain aspects of the law to our lives today. Because unfortunately, the quote unquote black community, our teachers are not teaching us correctly. For the most part, they're leading us astray. And that was the same thing in the ancient world. What's going on in the ancient world happened today as well. I just want to read one additional precept. Give me one moment. Just bear with me for a moment, brothers.
And just real quick, while you finding that, a real good precept to get for what you just brought out with that work in terms of that leading to salvation is Ecclesiastes, the 12th chapter. I think it's the last verse of that chapter that goes through how, the Most High will bring every work into judgment, whether it be good or evil. And then it tells you how the duty of man is of the Most High is to keep his commandments. So that goes and tells you right there that the work the Most High is going to bring to judgment is the commandments. So for the Christian church, I want to tell you that we're preaching a quote unquote works-based salvation. Well, Yahweh preaches a works-based salvation. So you really talking about the Most High.
Exactly. And honestly, that's a good segue until this precept that I'm bringing up. So this is Jeremiah, the 8th chapter. I want to start. Let me see. Nah, I'll just get to the point. Verse 5. So Jeremiah 8, verse 5. Why then is this people of Jerusalem slidden back by a perpetual backsliding? They hold fast deceit. They refuse to return. Return to what? Verse 6 tells us, I hearkened and heard, but they spake not aright. No man repented of him of his wickedness, saying, what have I done? Everyone turneth to his course, as a horse rusheth into the battle. Meaning what? Every man is going his own direction. They're doing their own things. Now, in this society, many people might feel, oh, I'm a good person. Like, I think I do what's right based on the most high standards. Do you? Have you studied the law? Do you know the ins and outs of the law so you can determine whether you're living by the most high standard, or do you just feel like you're righteous because you were told that you believed in Jesus and all your sins are forgiven? But the thing is, your sins can only be forgiven if you repent, and repentance is based on an understanding of the law. But let me continue on verse 7. Yea, the stork in the heaven knoweth her appointed times, and the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the time of their coming. But my people know not the judgment of the Lord. Meaning what? The Lord's people don't understand the standards that he requires of them. Verse 8. How do ye say we are wise, and the law of the Lord is with us? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribes is in vain. The wise men are ashamed, they are dismayed. Lo, they have rejected the word of the Lord, and what wisdom is in them? Meaning what? Many of the people during this time period in Israel, and we can also apply it to many people today, they feel as though they have the wisdom of the Lord and feel as though they are walking in the righteous path without actually not understanding the law. So how can you claim to be walking the righteous path without having an understanding of the law? Because once you have that understanding, that's going to be your framework or your foundation for everything else in your life, as well as understanding other aspects of the Bible. But that's all I got to say on that.
I just want to add to that too, because that's a great point. That law being that foundation, and Yahweh Shai taught off of that foundation of the law. Because he did spend 30 years studying it. To perform his ministry. So, a quick reference. Now, I'm not saying to not study the law, of course, but I'm just saying because Yahweh Shai taught off of that foundation of the law. A quick reference for anyone just trying to get the basics of what is a quote unquote good person. You could go into where Yahweh Shai was talking to the rich man. The rich man asked Yahweh Shai, how do I get to the kingdom? And Yahweh Shai gave, the requirements, of course, do not commit adultery, honor thy father and mother, things of that nature, of course, going into other things as well. But if you want like a quick reference for what is a quote unquote good person, I would say that's a good reference right there.
Yep. Facts. My bad, I had to go to the bathroom.
Are you good? That's like a quick shot reference. Of course, that doesn't mean that I study the other laws as well. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like people throw out that term "good person." Well, that's like a quick shot reference right there of the foundation of what a good person is, and then everything else is based off of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like there's a basic foundation to it, and that's why we have to be so thankful towards the son, because he simplified everything to the point where now you can now understand deeper aspects by having a true foundation before you dive into those spiritual waters. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have that life jacket on. Yeah, you might be able to swim, but it's better to have that life jacket on as well. That way, certain things that you might struggle to navigate, that life jacket is on you where you don't drown. So that's the whole point of Yahushua coming, to give
And
us
then
that spiritual life jacket.
Yahweh come to me, ye that are heavy laden. That's not even just
Mm-hmm.
talking about just with trials in our lives. It's talking about physical trials that we, have gone through in the past and will continue to go through when we're in those time periods in our lives. But it's also talking about your spiritual burdens and spiritual, laden and whatnot. Like spiritually, when you're kind of just in distress, go to the words, like a quick reference, go to the words of Yahweh Shai. It simplifies everything, and then you can base it off. You can base your other understandings around that right there.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
That's
Exactly.
all right. Oh yeah. Speaking of which, TKP, we doing a surname exercise right
Oh
now.
shit!
You want to chip in? You want to chip in,
Yes,
brother?
yes. Yeah, I'll chip in, man. So my surname, Swint is my last name. If my memory serves me correctly, I do not believe that this is my surname, my father's side, because
Okay.
my grandfather on my dad's side, so my dad's dad, his father, so my great grandfather wasn't in the picture. He wasn't around.
Okay.
My granddad on my dad's side was raised by his mom, and I do think that
Oh.
he has her last name. And
Oh.
I don't even know. Like my dad's side of the family is a nigger family, but I'm it's all over the place, bro. Like, my mom's family is more in line and straight and narrow, and like more kind of like got it together. But my dad's side of the family is a nigger family, bro. So like I don't even know my surname on my father's side. But you could try Swint and see what comes up.
Yeah, we'll do it. I mean, like I said, we always gotta be straightforward about this stuff. It's all about the
It
patriarchal
is,
lineage.
yeah.
So, so everybody take this with a grain of salt. With a grain of salt. Okay? All right. Either way, you still have a chance before I go, because once I go, we're closing this out. But
For
if
sure,
you
for
want to
sure.
do your if you want to get some research on your surname real quick, we're doing the exercise right now. So we're doing it live. So let's see what we got here. Swint name origin. Name anywhere. Not saint. What the fuck? Peace to the saints. Anyway. I knew you were gonna say that. Like, why do they do that? That's like, come on, man. Like, that's just stupid. They better not switch that shit when I press the search button. They better not do that shit. All right, let me see.
I know it's
Okay,
kind of
there we
hard
go.
to look up because it's kind of uncommon, but
Okay, it's not that yours is not that bad. Let's see if they got surname database. Is that it? No. No, it's okay. So let's see. Let's see House of Names. Let's go here. Let's see House of Names. Swint history. Okay, so let's see what we got here in the family crest. Let's see. Is that a fish? What the fuck is that? Oh, that's
That's a swine?
what the hell is that? That might be that's a hairy pig? What the fuck? Okay, whatever.
Like a boar?
We just gonna leave that alone. We just gonna leave that alone. What the fuck is that bullshit? Okay, all right. Let's see. The surname Swint was found in the county
Donegal or Donegal, Northwest Ireland. Okay, another Ireland reference. In province to Ulster. Okay, that's another connection. You know. But anyway, sometimes referred to the county Tyrconnell. Tyrconnell. Okay, Tyrconnell. The name is derived from Subine O'Neill, who was a chieftain in Argyll, Scotland. His descendants migrated to Ireland as Galaglas's mercenaries prior to 1267. These the three great steps of the name finally established themselves in Tyrconnell in 14th century. They were known as McSweeney Fanad, McSweeney Banah, and McSweeney Na the Tuith. Okay, who were commonly referred to as McSweeney of the Battle Axes. Damn, these niggas battle axes of
Battle
battle
Axe.
axes of talent. Yo, give me a break.
McSweeney of
Oh
the
my,
Battle Axes.
that's crazy. These niggas, wow, these niggas be stomping back then, boy. Hey, they be stumping the yard. I'm just. Oh my god. Hey,
So
hold on.
so
Let's go back to the.
Swimps needs to
Let's
be
go
a
back to the
Irish
family
last
friends,
name.
nigga.
Okay.
Since they stumping the yard and shit. Pork chop, extra gravy.
And what's that shit under that? It's not like a lizard in between. What is that shit?
Yeah, what?
Bro, I have no
These niggas
clue
got
what
the
that shit is,
Geico.
bro.
These niggas got the Geico lizard. No, wait, that's a turtle. That's a
That ain't no
turtle.
damn turtle. It has a tail.
That looks like a tarantula or some
But
shit,
look,
man.
but look at the. That's like a hump though, like a little turtle
That ain't a
shell.
shell though, nigga.
I don't know what the fuck they drew. This shit
Yeah, I have
terrible.
no clue what that shit is, bro.
That shit like a turtle and a dinosaur at the same time. Nigga. What the fuck?
No, it's that
Hold on.
damn C copyright bullshit over it. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
That shit look retarded as fuck. Them tell you, man, these Edomites ain't got no juice, don't they? Like, what the fuck, dude?
They ain't got a juice
But anyway,
like that.
so yeah, that's okay. Different
Okay, Irish.
variations.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Irish. Most of these have been Irish so far, except for Williams. That was
Hey,
Welsh.
Hey, can you look up this too? I just want to see. Now, this is my mother. This is my mother's maiden name. It's
Okay.
Evans.
Evans? Oh, okay,
I'm pretty sure that's Irish, man.
Irish. Okay.
I
I believe so. I think I've looked up Evans before. Last name
Or like maybe like Gaelish or Scottish.
Oh, it's Wales.
Welsh, my mistake.
Yeah, Wales. Okay, so let's see. Welsh. Let's see what we got. Select surnames. Oh yeah, surname database. It's always a good one. All right. Last name Evans. All right. Yeah, I should be able to see that. All right. This distinguished surname of medieval Welsh origin is a patronymic form of the Welsh male given name Ifan or Evan. Itself coming from Ahonis? Ahonis?
I think that's
Johannes?
Ioannis, but Ioannis or
I'm tripping.
which is Johannes.
Ioannis, okay.
When you break it down.
All right, cool. Johannes, Latin forms of John. Ooh. The forename John was enjoyed enormous popularity in Europe throughout the quote unquote Christian era, whatever that means. Being given in honor to Saint John the Baptist, Saint John the Evangelist, or the early 1,000 other saints of the name. The ultimate deviation is from the Hebrew name, Yohanan, meaning Jehovah has favored. Okay, so we pretty much got this one. So let's see, New World. So New World, the coat of arms. I'm skipping down. The coat of arms granted to the Evans family of North Wales, descended from Reed the Vliad, circa 1070, is green, a Chevron ermine between three silver wolves, whatever, erased languid red. The first recorded spelling of the family's name is known to be that of John Evans. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay, the Wells during the reign of King Henry VIII, known as King Hall,
1509, 1547. Surnames became necessary when governments introduced personal taxation, in English known as poll tax. Okay, blah blah blah. Okay, so I mean, we already knew that was European for sure.
Yeah.
It
I
looks like
figured it was.
what was the coat of arms? A green. That's a very ugly coat of arms. A green, Chevron, 3 silver. I guess they spell wolves wrong. I don't know, but that's like an ugly ass coat of arms. But anyway, but shout out to the Evans. You know what I mean? Let's see. Anybody else? Anybody else?
I wonder what it says for Davis.
Davis?
I'm talking about that bitch Pearl, bro.
Oh yeah, let's look it up. Let's look it up.
Davis.
Let's do it. Let's do it. Shopping. Hell no.
Man, that's a Jake, bro. I'm sorry. That's a Jake.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
That's a Jake, bro.
Let's see. Let's see. Davis last name origin. Okay, English and Welsh. So he's got the surname Davis for sure.
Pearl the Jake, bro.
Pearl the Jake. Get out of here, nigga. Stop it.
Come on, bro. Speckled bird, nigga.
I want a damn Jake, bro.
Speckled bird, man. Don't come on, man.
That's a black woman, bro.
Hey, nobody's able to
black
think
woman,
about
bro.
it, bro. She got the juice. She got the juice to argue so-called black women, bro. Come on, bro. Come on.
She got the juice, the sauce. She
You
got the
just don't-
influence.
Y'all niggas kill me with
The
this.
niggas is fucking with her. They're like, come
Y'all
on,
niggas killing me with this, bro. There ain't no niggas fucking with her like that.
But she got the black manosphere on lock, niggas. She got
Nigga,
shit
the
on
black
lock.
manosphere is dead, nigga. It's the woman sphere now, nigga. Come on now. Woman thing.
By the way, more of those live streams coming next month. Get ready. Get your popcorn ready.
Oh shit. Okay,
man.
so let's see. Surnames listed with no listed. Damn, they had 20 coat of arms? Shit. Okay. Okay, David. Picture of the name of the male name David itself, coming from the Hebrew Davana? Dahava? Dadavea? Whatever. Mean beloved of Yahweh. Jehovah. Who the hell is that? Anyway, this name was born by the greatest of early kings of Israel. Bro, she's related to King David.
Hey, y'all sleeping, bro. I'm telling you, that's a black woman, bro. That's a black woman, bro.
Come on, bro. Come on. SOD, she's related to King David, dog. Come on. She's Lada Perez, my nigga. She's Lada Perez.
For real, bro. Hey, man. Hey, what's that? Romans 8:16, bro. The Spirit bear witness, bro.
I know. Right? Come on, bro. We're just saying, man. I mean, she could have stole it. They could have stole it. Don't get me wrong. They could have stole it. But
I mean, that's Esau's specialty, you know.
That's true.
Let's see. Anything else? No, we pretty much.
So you haven't done yours yet?
No, I was gonna close it out. I was trying to wait for everybody else to, trying to chip in, and then I was gonna do mine because it's gonna go into the logo again. Because I did it. I explained the logo in the first live stream, but that shit was like 1,000,000 hours long, so everybody forgets. But
I've looked at my last name before, and I kind of felt more married with it. But then when I found out that that there's a high possibility that my last name is not the patriarchal last name of my dad's side of the family, I kind of just oh well, what's the point?
Right. Shit, at least you didn't build a logo yet. Shit, if I found out mine's is like that, man, god damn. I gotta go all the way back to the drawing board.
I mean, you done branded by it, man.
I know, right? Hopefully I don't make a t-shirt first.
Oh boy. All right, let's see. Max said Lewis. So let's see what we did here. Lewis. I was about to spell that wrong. All right, Lewis name origin. Good grief, why is it not coming up? Cool. All right, Lewis. Oh, because I'm on the wrong thing. Um, famous warrior, huh? Okay. Let's see. Baby names. This shit on that bull. Uh, what else do we have? Hmm. Let's see if this is here's a good one. All right, let's see. Let's see. Okay, this one's gonna be different. So y'all y'all bear with me on the screen. So I'm probably got to read this one. Meaning in history. Wait, can y'all at least see it or no? Or is that really small?
Yeah, I can see it. I mean, it's small, but I see it.
Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna
But I'm
try
on my
some a
phone
little
though,
bit
so on
more,
the
a little bit
computer
more.
it might look a little different.
Yeah, it's bigger on my side. I just don't know
So,
how big it is compared to the screen share.
no,
But oh
it's
well.
definitely
All right.
visible.
All right, cool. I just want to see. I just want to see if y'all can see it. All right. Meaning in history, French form from Ludovic. Ooh, Levadicus. Oh, I know I spelled that wrong. I'm not good at Latin. I'm sorry, guys. The Latinized form of Ludwig. This was the name of 18 kings. 18 anyway. 18 kings of France, starting with Louis the First, the son of Charlemagne. Others included Louis the Ninth, Saint Louis, who led the Crusades of Louis who led two Crusades, and Louis would that be the 19th or the 14th? Yeah, 14th. Sorry, Louis the 14th called the Sun King, bruh.
Wow, wow, wow,
Oh hell nah,
wow,
this here, bro. Hiru looking at boy,
wow.
who was the ruler of France during the height of his power, the builder of the Palace of Versailles, and the longest reigning monarch in the history of Europe. Okay. This was also born by kings of Germany as Ludwig, Hungary, as Laos, and other places. Apart from royalty, the name was only moderately popular in France during the Middle Ages, i.e., so-called Black people, after the French Revolution, when Louis the 15th, no 16th, sorry, was guillotined. Damn, it
Ah,
became less common. Whew. The Normans brought the name to England, where it was usually spelled Lewis, Lewis, though the spelling Lewis has been more common in America. Famous bearers, famous bearers, including French scientist, atheist probably, Louis Pasteur, Métis leader Louis whatever, who led the rebellion against Canada. Scottish author, okay, so-called white people. Who cares? Not that tip.
yo, D-Ben said he backstage.
Oh, okay. I didn't even know he came out. Where's he at? Where's he at? I don't see him.
But you don't see him.
Not yet.
He said in the chat he backstage.
Hold on. Yeah, why do I not see it? What the fuck? Hey, I don't see him. You don't see the nigga. You gonna have to just tell him to come back out and come back in, cause I don't see him. He should have popped up. Yeah, I don't see him. I can't. Yeah, I don't see him.
That's cool.
I do not. Yeah, I do not see him. Um. Well, what happened? What happened, Mac? I don't know what you mean by that. um. Yeah, I want him to wait a second before we. Well, actually, I can start to set up mine because it's looking like everybody else has gotten unless if anybody want to pitch any more names out before I go, because once I go, it's the end of the stream. Okay. So just to make sure that we're especially while we're waiting on SOD to come back.
Hey, look up, um, look up Stockton.
Who?
Stockton, like stock,
Oh, Stockton. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm about to say, what the hell? Let's see.
Let me see what that
Stockholm.
says.
Let's see. Damn, what
Stockholm.
the hell? Say, boy, you're crazy as hell, money. Stockton. Okay, yeah, I spelled it right. Is it?
Don't
It's
come around a nigga with the last name Stockholm, bro.
I was like, yeah, dude, you done, dog. I don't know what the fuck. That's
Your
interesting.
name, nigga.
Right. Surname database. Okay. Uh okay. All right. Stockton. There are hold on, just make sure the bit not back says. No? Yeah, he's gonna I don't know what's up. He's gonna just come back. You just gotta keep on trying, I guess, because I don't know why it's not coming up. Just make sure you never on my screen. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why it's not doing that. Cause he should have been popped back up. Do you think I would need to send him the link again?
Oh, you shouldn't. You shouldn't because
That's what I'm saying.
the original link should work unless you shut the stream down. Because that's what I use. I use the original link you sent me.
Yeah, that's true.
So you shouldn't have to send a new link. I mean, you
Yeah,
can try it, but you shouldn't have to.
yeah. Hold on, let me see. People in the Discord and shit. Y'all should be on this stream. We learning real history right now. You should be on the stream. But anyway. Try to come back. Yeah, try to come back in. I don't see you yet. I don't see you yet. DG talking about in the Discord. I'm gonna text it, man. I'm like, nigga, y'all should be in the stream. What y'all?
Nigga, class in session right now, nigga.
Yeah. I like, what y'all doing? Call his ass out. In the Discord. Yeah. Never mind. I was about to say something. I was about to diss. Something real bad. I was about to say something real petty, dog. Let me stop.
Oh man.
Let me stop. Oh shit. I was about to really go there. Oh, yeah. Oh my goodness. All right. So I guess we'll just go and then hold on. Let me send this message out. All right. So yeah, while we're waiting on D-Band, we got Stockton and we got Barry. So let's see what we got here. Stockton. Just let me know if he pops up if he says he's backstage again.
Oh, that's cool.
All right. There are a number of myself up. All right. There are a number of places in England called Stockton. This surname could have originated from any or almost all of them. In fact, the Stockton in County Durham is or certainly was one of the most famous places anywhere became of the Stockton and Durling Railway, the first in the world, the town known as the originator of the surname. Wherever Stocktons are to be found, the name means either a place built of stocks, being logs, or more probably perhaps simply place, wherever that would mean. As the stock, the later Stoke means a place, a ton, a place, Stockton on the Thames. Warwickshire is first recorded in the year 957 AD as Stockton, and it's probably the earliest of the place name recordings. This ties in with the first known surname recording being Godfrey de Stockton, a washer. Okay. Okay, nothing else there. Yeah, nothing else there. Okay, so we're gonna go to make sure he's not sitting there. Nope. We're gonna go to Barry. Hey, any more names? Let me know. Any more names? Let me know, guys. Let me know. Okay, Barry. Wow, why did I spell it with all caps? Way. Okay, Barry. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if this one. Good one. Okay. Barry surname meaning. The surname Barry derives from the Old English Barrig, meaning a fortified place, or a later Bury, denoting a fortified manor house. The place named Bury, found in Lancashire and in Suffolk, amongst other places, comes from the same root. Bury was recorded as Barrig in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicles in 974. England. The early appearances of the name were in the southwest of England. Gilbert de la Barry was recorded in the Pipe Rolls of Cornwall in 1202. A Barry family was established in the 13th century as lords of the manor of Barry Nabar near Ilfracombe in the north coast of Devon. There were subsequent branches as a Crosscombe and a Chittle wow Chittlehampton. Sorry, Henry and Richard Barry are amongst the Island colony. In 1587 and never returned. Admiral Sir Barry determined the founding of Newfoundland in 1675 was also from this family. The Barry Nabar line apparently died out without a no male heir in 1708, allegedly. Uh, okay. Interesting. Max says interesting. Stockton, very vague. Might be an Edomite origin. Just a thought. That's possible. That is very much possible. Damn, what happened to Deep Enemy? Shit. Swim making moves. Hell yeah, all that damn over there closing damn doors and shit. Yeah, he's definitely delivering in them packages, my boy. You know what I mean? We're gonna try to wait a second. Like I said, this is your chance for you guys to like any interesting surnames that you can think of that would be very interesting origin. He's right, for that name, there was a website where it says the name Barry was picked up by the people called Carti that came from the Caucasus Mountains. Interesting. Did they say what by any chance did they say what year it was from? Because that would be that would be very important to know where they talk about the Caucasus Mountains. In the 1700s. Well, in that on that website it said 957. So it very well could be one of those names where they adopted from our people when they took over. Could be. I'm not saying that's the case, but I'm just going by the timing of the dates. So I'm thinking now is from that, but like from an ancient perspective or from a medieval perspective, is from our people. But of course, could be wrong though. Oh my goodness. Hold on, give it a second, and then we'll just go into mine. So it's looking like it. It was another website I read that have spoke of the info that I spoke of. Yeah, yes. I mean that makes sense that that for the most part most berries today are probably so-called Caucasians, but when I see like 957, 1200s AD, yeah. I'm automatically leaning towards so-called black people that talked about. Oh no, you good, Mazai. You good. Hold on real quick. Hold on. All right, so hold on. Hold on. Uh hold on.
What you said
Hold on real quick before I go. Uh all right. Now, looking like that was the last one, so let's go ahead and revisit the hold on. Y'all can still hear me? Okay, good. Let's go ahead and start revisiting the logo. Well, the inspiration behind the logo. Let's last but not least, let's do my father's last name. All right, let's do it. I think this is like my sixth or seventh time doing this research. Which I mean, I wonder if I should like go all the way with it this time because I did see something interesting last time when I was looking at this. All right, my father's last name is Dunn, by the way, an N. So let's see what we got here. Alrighty. Ooh, whew. Okay. Wait, make sure. All right, good. All right. This interesting surname, found in England, Scotland, and Ireland, has a number of possible origins. Firstly, it may be of Anglo Saxon origin from the Old English pre 7th century and Middle English dun, meaning dull, brown, dark colored. See that shit? Dark colored. It was a nickname for a man with dark hair or swarthy complexion. Mm, look at that. Hold on. We'll wind that back.
that's
Hold
really
on.
detailed. That's
Uh,
really detailed too, bro.
really detailed. Rewind that back. It was a nickname for a man with dark hair or a swarthy complexion. It may have also originated from a unrecorded Middle English survival of an Old English by name Dana, dark. That's what it means. Secondly, the surname was widespread in Ireland, where it is an Angelus, angelicized form of the Gaelic O'Doin or O'Doan, composed of Gaelic prefix O, male descendant of the O, male descendant of, and the personal name Duin Don, form Don, black, brown, a by name given to someone with dark hair or swarthy complexion as above. Okay, so we looked at it in two different cultures, in two different possible origins, and it means the same thing. Now, I was looking at it before, but it also means like chieftain or some shit like that. But whatever. Um. Okay. Okay. Um. Let's see. Sept originated in County Lex, formed one of the principal families of the Lannister, where the chief was Lord of Aragon. Irigan. They were especially mentioned in mid 16th century. documents as hostile and dangerous to the English interests. Those who spelt their name Dunn usually came from the Euster. We saw that at least 3 times already. That term Euster. We might look at that in this research here, where they were possibly of Scottish extraction. Finally, this in Scotland, the name also derives from this Celtic origin, but it may be locational from the lands of Dun, Tayside, Angus, which derives from Dun Fort. Early recordings, including William Dunn, blah blah blah. Okay. Uh, a coat of arms granted to the Dunn family of Berkshire near Leicester depicts quarterly first and second silver, a gold wolf salient second and third black, 3 gold round gold buckles, tongues downward. The first recorded spelling. Okay, blah blah blah. That's what I wanted to get right there. Not only does it mean so-called a so-called black man in multiple possible origins, but the coat of arms that was given to the granted family was of a wolf. So we already know what you know
Benjamin.
what, let's just go there.
Benjamin.
Let's just go there. Just for the people in the back that don't know.
What's
Uh
that? What's that? What's that Hebrew? By Yam Yam.
but yeah, by Yam Yam, yeah. Let's go ahead and get the exercise real quick. Uh, let's see, window. All right. What the hell? See, like send the link. What? Oh wait, I didn't. Oh wait, my bad. I didn't put it in that tab. I didn't put it
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
tab. Never mind. Let me stop. I was about to go off. I was like, oh. They go what? But he's not in the other chat. I forgot. Um, hold on. Give me a second. Sorry about that. I was finna go off without realizing. Oh yeah, I didn't. I didn't do the. I didn't do the. I didn't give him that link. All right, hold on. Let me see. Let me see. But I am gonna say. By the way, y'all late as hell. I ain't gonna say that though. I was gonna say. By the way, y'all late. But it's all good. It is all good. All right. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All right. My bad for the delay. All right, let's get it. Y'all should be able to see the screen. We're gonna go to Genesis. Genesis 49. Should be around like verse 27, something like that. Hurry up, screen. There you go. All right. Make sure. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Doop 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 doop. All right. Genesis 20. Wow. Genesis 49.
probably
Verse.
one of the most important chapters in the whole scripture.
Very prophetic and very good at his symbolism, man. Genesis 49, verse 27. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf. In the morning he shall devour the prey, and at night he shall divide the spoil. Okay? So there you go, right there. Who is aligned with the wolf? Benjamin. So there goes that. Uh I gotta bring the precept. I just love this one because thanks to Paul, when people ask me, "What am I?" I could.
Sir, yes,
I'm
sir.
fortunate to be able to say this. Well, based off of research, I'm 90% confident based off of research. I'm not 100% right now, but 90% based off of research, I can say Romans 11:1. I say then, has the Most High cast away his people? Certainly not. For I also am an Israelite of the seed of Abraham of the tribe of Benjamin. Now I just want to get the definition of that real quick because I like the Greek definition better than the um Hebrew per se. I mean the Hebrew is good too, but I just like it better. Let's see. Come on, come on, come on. Here we are. Benjamin, son of the right hand, as y'all can see, son of the right hand, or son of good fortune. All right. Now, what is that good fortune talking about? He was fortunate to be born. Let's
Yeah.
be for real. Because okay, he's backstage. Hold on. Let me see. All right, cool. All right, now he's back. We had to get on the phone or something. Yo, D-Bay, you good? Okay, guess he on mute. All right, he has something to do. All right, cool. Well, at least he's back. All right, bet. So, hold on, real quick. Y'all should be able to see. Y'all should be able to still see this on the screen. Y'all see this still on the screen?
Yeah, you good?
All right, cool. Yeah. So, what was the good fortune that he's talking about? Is talking about when he was born. I mean, we gotta be for real once again. Uh, Jacob's favorite wife, Rachel, had
Yep.
to die in order for him to be born in the first place. So
Yep.
that's that good fortune. He was fortunate enough to have a mother basically with a heart of gold, basically. So that's what that good fortune is talking about. But I actually want to get one more good precept. I'm telling you, man, the precepts about Benjamin. I don't know what it is. They got some good stuff. You know what I mean? Hold on.
You know what's crazy? Rachel died to give birth to Benjamin. In today's time,
Mm-hmm.
you
That
got
would
bitches
never
that
happen.
are killing their baby.
I know, right? Like where
It's reversed.
I
That's
know it's
wild.
just ridiculous, nigga. They killing babies before they even get like 3 weeks old, nigga. Like just ridiculous, bro. It's just what it is, bro. What is it? Deuteronomy 33. One more before we hit the road here. Final precept. Well, maybe not the final precept, but whatever. Right. All right, cool. All right. Deuteronomy 33 in verse 12. Of Benjamin, he said, the beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him, who shelters him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders. Okay, so you know, just saying, it's another good precept about Benjamin. You know what I'm saying? You get with a Benjamite. You know what I'm saying? You protect. You know what I
Oh
mean?
man, oh man,
Good shelter.
oh
Good
man.
shelter. You know what I'm saying? I ain't trying to brag or nothing, 'cause, I ain't really got shit, but but I'm just saying that's what prophecy said. You know what I mean? It ain't me. That's what the Bible said. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. But real quick,
Tribe Wars.
tribe
Tribe
wars,
Wars.
tribe wars. Oh man, hey brother, that good fortune may also pertain to Judges 21 when yeah, when y'all was supposed to be wiped out, but
Oh
was
yeah, that's
given
true.
mercy by the Most High. Good
That's a good
point.
point. That's a good
Because
point too.
man, I'm so
Forgot about
ashamed of
that.
Benjamin, boy. I'm so ashamed of.
Benjamin Wild, nigga. Benjamin
I know,
Wild.
right? Wait a minute, hold on. I closed out with that verse in that Christian debate.
You
Damn, I don't
did?
even remember that.
I don't.
I don't
I
even
don't.
remember that shit. That's crazy. I really don't. But if I did, I
Hey,
now I have to go back and look at that now. That's crazy. I don't even remember that. But appreciate you bringing that up because I definitely don't feel like talking to him anymore or them or whatever. I don't feel like talking to them no more. There ain't nothing to talk about.
we need
Um,
round two with them niggas.
yeah, y'all and the boy Hitman can take care of that this time.
The
I have
hitman,
no interest.
the NWB economist.
You know, Hitman, the NWB they be hitting. Oh man, the boy SOD back in the building. All right, cool. All right, so
Yeah, y'all can hear me?
Yeah,
yeah,
you good?
Yeah, sorry about that, my niggas. Wi-Fi
then they
was
had to
tripping.
change his.
Nah,
Then they had to change his avatar. Stop
No,
it.
no, nigga. No, I'm on my phone now. That's why.
Oh, okay. That nigga French as hell, boy.
That boy looking cold, nigga. Got the all white on, all white effect, cold with the
I
shit,
see the
boy.
blue effect though.
Hey,
Of course, you know.
Go ahead.
I was about to say NWB is really B stands for Blue Man, nigga.
You know,
swear.
niggas with blue. Niggas with blue.
Hey, Blue Man about to be the king, nigga.
Mm-hmm. You know what's so crazy? I think was I talking to you about this? No, I didn't. I was thinking about this to myself and where the term NWB came from. It really is the spirit, bro. Because I wonder if I can find it. I might be able to find it, maybe not. But
No, because if you remember, like one time we had a conversation, I was like, I'm just a nigga with a Bible, bro.
No, that's not. No. We was talking about camps, right? And I said, you know what? I said, we ever come with a camp, I already got our name. And then I said, niggas with Bibles. Everybody started laughing. That was like earlier 2022 when I first came down to beep because I don't reveal my location. But
come on, bro. We all know where you stand.
No, y'all know where. Nigga, we on live. We on the air. We public record.
You right.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Right.
Nigga,
Ain't nobody want to know that.
Yet. We ain't entered the stream yet. Oh shit. But yeah, I said that shit and we was like, and that was just a joke back then, but now, you know, it's still not a camp, by the way. We're not a camp, but you know. It's a real.
Hey, we gotta make. Y'all want to make T-shirts out of that shit, man? Y'all want to make T-shirts?
Hey, I've been thinking about it, bro.
Let's do it, bro. Let's do that shit, bro.
Hey, I pretty much I got pretty much everything set up to start doing like T-shirts and hoodies and shit. I just gotta put my mind to it. It's just been a lot going on. But yeah, I already came up. What I really wanted was to do it in the Hebrew letters, but for whatever reason, I can't find the Hebrew letter for W anymore. I don't know why. It's kind of weird.
But the real question with the shirts, though, bro, is are we gonna be rocking our fringes?
we gonna be in Seattle rocking like Hendrix. We keep our pistol on point, nigga. No sharpener.
Hey, that nigga wasn't on point in that video he did about Candace Owens, bro.
He was not on point, my nigga. He was definitely. He definitely didn't mark her. He definitely wasn't marking her.
He definitely wasn't preparing the way with that live stream, bro.
He definitely was not paving the way for the harvester. He was not a harbinger. No way. No way, no how. In the words of Rob Parker. No way, no how. But I want to see if I can find
that nigga Rob needs to retire, bro.
Yeah, he does.
He not retired already?
He not retired already.
Hell no, he still be doing podcasts with
Chris Broussard, X,
King James himself.
King James. He called
him Chris X.
Yo,
that nigga listens not like King James, nigga.
He listens to this. Like King Henry and shit. Like Prince Henry and shit. But I want to touch on this one real quick because where the NWB came from, and I didn't realize this until I looked at it. Hold on, real quick. It came from this. Almost 4 years ago, when I was still like studying and shit, and I was trying to figure out like how can I bring this shit to like social media and shit. I created a hashtag a long time ago, and it was NWK. Niggas with knowledge.
Niggas with knowledge.
Ironic. And it never caught on. And I was like, ironically enough, niggas with knowledge turns into niggas with Bibles. Ain't that something?
Well, I mean, it just flows better because, you know, someone asks you, be like, no, I'm just a nigga with a Bible, bro.
Exactly. With a Bible, dog. That's all it is, man. I'm just hold on. Let me see if I can find that.
And you know what? It's a real humble approach too. Cause you think about it, bro. Everybody got like a title to their name. Everybody some priest or master teacher or prophet or high priest, apostle, bishop,
apostle. Oh my god.
The chief high priest, bro. Elder.
Chief high priest. commanding general, commanding officer. Just stupid, dude. It's like, what the fuck? Like, do you not? That's so extra, my nigga. It's like, I get it. It's a self-esteem boost, but you gotta keep your self-esteem in check, my nigga. Like, if you gotta do all that to boost your self-esteem, I'm worried about you. I'm worried about you, man. Cause that's too extra, dog. Like, you shouldn't have to do all that, my nigga. Just straight up, you shouldn't have to.
My thing is
Let me
like
see if I can find it.
who appointed you with these titles? I can get elders. Once brothers of a certain age and a certain level of experience in this truth and whatnot. I understand the elder point, but who appointed you to be a high priest, nigga? Like who appointed you?
Yeah, like what the fuck? Who told you that, bro?
Like
just
to be honest,
dude.
high priest. That's damn near a title of nobility if we want to go there.
Really?
To say you're the high priest of Israel.
Facts.
That's a royal title.
Oh shit! Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Why can I not find it?
It's a sin to disagree with him.
Oh yeah.
And you say you're a high priest.
That was too much.
Under what priesthood?
Exactly.
Because if you say you're the high priest under Aaron, nigga, I got to see your genealogy, nigga.
Well, nigga, you don't need a genealogy, but if you a Haitian, nigga, then you a Levite. That's all it is.
Yeah, you a Levite. Yeah, that's all they gonna do. They gonna put that chart in front of your face. Oh,
No. Come on, you gotta be a descendant from Aaron, my nigga. You gotta prove that shit, nigga.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Don't play
That's not
me.
elite. That don't
play me. Being a Levite ain't enough, brother.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They still don't work. Oh man, I'm telling you, man. That 12 tribes chart video, we might have to do that next week because I don't think I have another topic that I could do before that.
Crazy part about it too is it's like that's when the chart began extra with the shit where you use your tribe on the chart to make yourself to be some sort of notable figure over others in Israel. Because I don't even have an issue with the chart. To be honest, you already know that. Y'all know this, but I don't got no issue with the chart. But it's just like
I do.
I understand why niggas.
We know you do, nigga.
Like we know, but that's the thing. I get why niggas have a hard stance against it too, because like it's this shit right here that makes it seem like nigga, this shit is stupid. I understand
because it is. It's just wrong. That's why I have an issue with it because it's wrong.
Niggas use shit to like prop themselves up. Oh, if you were Haitian, you could just claim to be a high priest under the order, and you're a descendant of Aaron because you've been in the truth for 5 years. Like come on, what's the qualification?
It's just lazy. That's just lazy as shit, bruh. Hold on, let me. Okay, there we go. Now I got what I was looking for. Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay.
What was you looking for?
I was looking for the no, that's not it either. What the fuck? Oh, that's not it either. I thought I found it. Oh man. Maybe I didn't save it. Maybe I didn't. But you know what? That might work. That might work too. Let me see.
Well, what you even looking for?
I was looking for my my NWB poster. That's all I'm looking for. But I think I found it, but it's kind of weird. Hold on, let me see. We need a theme song, my nigga. Hold on.
Everybody else got their rap. Niggas got their rap. Got their rap.
I mean,
yeah.
Nah, I'm not saying anything. Never mind, nigga. Never mind.
Oh my god, man, I'm so done with
if y'all niggas know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. Don't worry about it.
You know. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick. Sorry about this. Why can I not pull this up? Try to make sure I can. Well, you know what? We'll get to that. Let me go ahead and do the logo real quick, and then we'll go from there. All right. So
Go ahead and window. As y'all can see on the screen, official logo revisited. All right. As y'all can see, everything that we researched is influenced in the logo, except for I didn't use gold. I used blue for a reason, because obviously, blue man is the black man. When you look up you know what, fuck it. Hold on. Before we
You gonna go there? It's just fuck it.
yeah, we're just gonna go there. We're just gonna go there, cause like I said, I did all this the first time, but that stream was like 1,000,000 hours long. I mean, this one was 4 hours long. I mean,
Oh,
shit.
you mean the first stream, nigga? That shit
Yeah,
was a
that's
whole a work shift, nigga. A whole work shift.
nigga. You want to talk about putting in
And
work,
overtime,
boy?
nigga. And overtime.
In the words of Drake, OT OT. You know it is love when you go OT. Ah, okay, all right. So let's see. Uh, Back to etymology online. Shout out to Deacon. That nigga retarded. That nigga retarded, dog. That nigga was on etymology online. That
He didn't
nigga
even try,
literally was
nigga.
looking at that Slav.
Just
He
chose
didn't
to
even
ignore it,
try.
nigga.
That was so stupid. I was like, nigga, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was like, what the fuck's wrong with this nigga, dog? All right, so let's see. Is it right here? Is it right here? Or am I looking at it wrong? No. It's here somewhere. There we go. There we go. Here we are right here. As y'all can see on screen. Why I chose the term blue. When you look up the term Negro, etymology online, black skin race of Africa. Stop it. Anyway, when you go down here, meaning African American vernacular, the English language was spoken by quote unquote U.S. blacks is 1704 English Negre from Negra or from is a 16th century borrowing from Spanish Negro or Negro. Older English words
Negro.
were more Negro, my bad. More and blackamoor, a Middle English word for quote unquote Ethiopian, wherever the fuck that means. Perhaps also a quote unquote Negro generally was
No,
a
not
blue
perhaps,
man,
nigga. It is.
was or is blue man or blue man. So there you go. That's why I chose the term. That's why I chose the color blue. Now, once again, to go back over it again, the details of the logo. Yeah, back at it again, like a crack at it. I'm just kidding. But the wolf. You know what I'm saying? The wolf of Benjamin. Obviously, the Hebrew letter. Well, the Hebrew words. Um, they kind of when they created a logo, they kind of did it weird. So whatever. But the big part right here, the part that's big, should say Amath Amath Ba Shishak, meaning truth and jokes or truth and jest, to be more specific, to be more technical. And then this right here, they did it kind of weird. It should just been all wrapped around, but whatever. But this should be uh Thakaloth Ayash, meaning blue man. So there you go. So there goes that. So that's the official logo revisited again, and it's based off of true origins, true research, not no damn 6-pointed star or some
Oh man.
stupid shit.
Oh man.
I'm telling you, man, we're going there. We're going there starting next week because I'm this shit's getting on my nerves. All they did 6-pointed stars and 12 tribes charts. Dumb. Just
Bro, that's
dumb, dude. I'm
that's
telling
that's
you.
that's the Lily. What you talking about, bro?
That's the
Oh,
family
and
name.
just to add on, the reason why blue is synonymous with the black man, but not just blue, the color green, is because
Mm-hmm.
symbolically it represents the oceans or the earth, essentially like the black man being a personification of the earth itself. And many of the ancients used to depict themselves in blue or green. Like, for example, you see the ancient hieroglyphics of the Egyptians or even the ancient Britons who used to paint their skins blue and green. And I just want to read this excerpt from Ancient and Modern Britons. I love this book. So it said, now when Claudian wrote, and for a long time after Morris, signified a great deal more than a native of Mauritanian. Any Latin dictionary, meaning, or any old one, meaning prior to the 1800s, because this author, when he's stating this, I think he wrote this book around the 1840s. So any late dictionary, any old one at least, will tell you that Moorish is a Moor, a Blackamoor, or Tawny Moor. And Shakespeare used the word Moor as a synonym for Negro, as that last word bears nowadays a somewhat restricted meaning. It may be better to take the old-fashioned Blackamoor as the nearest English rendering of Morris, meaning what people who have names like Maurice, things along those lines. That's in reference to being a black man as well. But I just want to get to the main point because this is a translation of Claudian's line from one of the plays of Shakespeare. It says he subdued the nimble blackamoors, not wrongly named the painted people. Why were they called the painted people? Let's continue. And the British Picts, like those of other lands, stand out again as dark skinned men. A complementary witness with Morris is Gorm, Gorm, found attached to the names of Highland and other chiefs and kings. The word Gorm. This word is given in the Gaelic dictionary as signifying blue or whatever shade, also green as grass, as this recalls the fact that the indigenous tribes described by Caesar were styled both virides, which is green, and cerule, which is blue, from the woad which they stained their bodies, the color of which may come under either of these headings. Accordingly, when one looks again into the Gaelic dictionary, one finds that Gorman is woad. Plainly, therefore, a man who is titled Gorm, Gorm, is a woad stained man. Now, although in the Gaelic of Scotland, a Negro is known as Dwayne Dub, a black man, he's also known in the Gaelic of Ireland as Dwayne Gorm, a blue/green or woad stained man. And while in the Scottish Highlands, the adjective glass, Glas, is used to signify both swarthy and green. In Wales, it has the meaning of green or blue. So again, the concept of being quote unquote black or green or blue are all synonymous in this. And when it comes to the black man, because you're a woad man or a painted man, because of our ancestors, they used to paint their skins in blue and green. So that's where it comes from.
Very good information added there, bro. Puts more things in the context, man. This is what we do, man. We gotta put everything into proper context. That way we have a better understanding of real history. That's what it's all about, man. So it's very important that we remember these things, because especially, so we can truly separate ourselves from the average person today. Because the average person is just stupid. They're simple-minded. They don't know no better, and realistically, nor do they really want to know any better.
Yeah, most people don't care.
It's very realistic. Yeah, most people do not care. Bro. But one more thing before we go ahead and hop on out of here, because at the end of the day, as a professional wrestling fan, the Elimination Chamber is tonight, and I'm not trying to miss it. Okay, but anyway, back to what I was getting at. How do we stay balanced, bro? Come on, man. Look at the message, man. Like we said before, man, we're just NWBs, man. Niggas with Bibles, dog. Niggas with Bibles. It is what it is in a very basic sense, okay? We're not trying to kill our self-esteem. We're not trying to lower ourselves. No. It's just a humbling technique, all right? It's not meant to, it's not meant to demean ourselves. That's not what we're doing here. Relax, all right?
Shit, I
we have
love
pretty
being a
good
nigga.
self-esteem. That's what I'm
Shit, I don't
saying.
know
It's
about
not that
Exactly.
you.
bad.
Like we gotta kind of like reshape our minds. Of course, I'm just speaking in jest here. Well, not in jest. Of course, I'm just speaking in general here. That's what I meant.
Yeah.
Because of course, us brothers, we all know, and I'm sure the brothers watching the stream, brothers know as well. Like we gotta reshape our minds when it comes to that word nigga, bro. That's just referencing a black man. Like they're going back to that slavery shit, what we were talking about earlier, bro. Like the white man has really done a number on a nigga's mind, bro. Where it's like even the word nigga, they've taken that word, which is really just referencing us, to make it seem like it's just the worst thing in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like the reference the word nigga, like it's just terrible. not only don't get it twisted. I don't mean I want to hear a white person say that shit. Don't get it twisted. But I'm just saying, it's to call yourself a nigga as a black man. It's not how the white man framed it in terms of you're speaking down on yourself. You're just referencing yourself. That's literally what it means. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
It's like slang for saying chick instead of woman. That doesn't mean you're not speaking down on one when you say chick. You're referencing a woman. You know what I'm saying? Like it's the same. It's literally the same thing. So.
Mm-hmm.
But going back to that slavery narrative and that slavery paradigm, if we always view ourselves in juxtaposition to the white man, you're never gonna get out of that mental, confusion and whatnot of just kind of like not us like being able to distinguish yourself and look yourself as an individual, not from the paradigm of black and white. So that's just an aside when it comes to that nigga point with the white man too.
Facts. Before I get into what I was about to say, I forgot to answer this question. Are you a lefty? No.
What? What
That's
kind
what
of
Matt
random question
asked.
is that? Oh,
No,
oh,
because for research, he was asked for research purposes. No,
oh, okay.
lefty or righty. I didn't get when it came to basketball. I didn't get good with my left hand really at all until I got grown. So no, definitely not a lefty. Definitely not a lefty at all. I still can't write with my left hand at all. I've never even tried. So no, definitely not a lefty, my boy. But he said we need them shirts. Hey, like I said, man, I've been contemplating it. And it just all depends, man. I just don't want to see no idiots with my shirt on, man. I don't. I don't want to see no idiots with my shirt on.
You can't control that, bro. It's gonna
I
happen.
know.
Nigga.
It's just like fuck.
But you think about it, bro, it's gonna be more brothers who rock it that understand the gravity than idiots. You know what I'm saying? So it's still like the ratio of brothers who know what it means and will wear it with honor is much higher than those who will wear it to shame. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I got two ideas, right? So I can pitch the idea right now, right? Like the concept of because it's about to be spring, so it'll probably be more so t-shirts and maybe that sleeveless hoodie, right? It'd be like range or something, whatever, right? What I was thinking, I would have the NWB shirt and then the return to the code shirt, which I have to like redesign the the Bible logo because I want it to be in all blue. So that's coming. It's just I don't have like the $10-15 to get it done right now. But what I'll do is have like the slogan, the logo be like the front of the shirt and then like near like the bottom or whatever. Like especially the return to the code shirt, it would be a custom shirt. So whatever verse that speaks to you, you would have that underneath the logo.
Oh,
And it
so
would
it'd be like
basically
custom
more so
verse.
yeah, it would be
Oh, that's what's
a
up.
custom shirt for yourself. It would probably
Oh yeah,
cost a
that's
little
pretty
more,
dope.
but
That's a
I
good
don't know
idea.
how to necessarily like do it via because I figured out how to do it via Shopify. Somebody put me on because he's starting his own clothing line, but he didn't have to pay to like for the inventory. He just got to pay to do the design and shit, which is like 99 cents. So to get the design on like the fabrics, and you can do any type of fabrics and shit. So I got the plug for that. So whenever I get a chance to really focus on that, that will be like the more so one of the bigger challenges moving forward.
Oh, that's what's up, my
Trying to get
nigga.
that off the
Ghetto
ground.
genius,
Yeah.
man. In
Yes,
business.
sir. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Hey, you
sir.
gotta make that. You
Genius
gotta make
gear,
that happen, bro. Yes,
gear
sir. Like that.
genius, gear
That's like that.
genius.
You think about ghetto. That's a genius idea, bro. To have custom verses on
Ha
the shirt, like that's that's a genius idea right there, bro.
Or
Yes,
it
sir.
don't
Yes,
have to
sir.
be. Like let's say it could be anything that's significant to you. Or you could do the NWB shirt like that because both the NWB logo and the Return to the Code logo would be the same. It's just that it would just be a different thing up top. But what I would you could do a verse or you can do like let's say let's say you right because you came up with the Kingdom Pill. Let's say you decide to finally make an official logo for that. You could put the logo at the bottom of the shirt, so it'll basically be it's basically more so your shirt than mine. The only thing that's foundational is the logo itself. So it's basically more so of a custom shirt or hoodie or however you want to look at it. I've been contemplating it for a while. I just didn't know how to do the proper distribution and then the whole
how to essentially actualize it. That makes sense.
Yeah. So hopefully now that I got that plug, I might be able to truly dive into it. I just gotta really make time for it. This past couple months have been fucking ridiculous trying to figure out like living situations and shit. So hopefully that shit works itself out to where I don't have to worry about working all the time. Because this past week I could have done at least about I didn't work until yesterday. Literally, like I've only worked one day this week. I could have literally did about 4 or 5 live streams this week, but my mind was so focused on trying to figure out like what my work situation was, what my money situation was going to be. So that situation's kind of worked itself out to a degree. So hopefully this week will be a better work week, obviously for money. But other than that,
and you're gonna be able to save some more bread too with I don't want to throw all your business out there, but you're gonna be able to save some more bread coming up if Lord will the situations you got come through.
Yeah, for
I'll
sure.
probably hit them up tomorrow. Because they said 2 to 4 days, so tomorrow could be the 4th day, if not Monday. I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, hopefully that situation works out because that's way less money that I have to shell out.
Bro, that would be a huge
every
burden
month.
off your shoulder each month, bro. For real.
And I did get that refund. That shit.
My nigga, I'll be honest, nigga, I got that shit because I did it immediately. So I got that refund like last week, my nigga.
Yeah, I just got mine Friday. Payday too. It was double payday for me. I was like,
yeah, for sure. Hey, but y'all trying to wrap up the stream because it seems like we trying to get into personal talk now.
That's true. Yeah, we are. Was I going to say something? I was trying to make sure I wasn't going to say anything important. No, I just want to go through these comments real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, we got them bees, big bees over here, bro. You know what I'm saying? That Mac's an honorary elder too now. He's honorary elder too. I forgot. I should have included him at first with J2K. I don't know why I didn't. I forgot. Sorry, elder. Mac. Sorry. Oh my goodness.
So then the church said amen.
Yeah, let the church say. The church, the Mosaic law with that church is the worst religion from the start. Facts. Don't gotta be for everyone, just us. Yes, sir. Ghetto gear.
Yes, exactly. Ghetto gear.
I might say Gear Genius. I'm going
with
Gear
nigga, I like that. That has a ring to it. Ghetto gear. And you might have to make a website, bro. Ghettogear.com, bro.
Ghettogear.com, boy. Ghettogear.com.
Or you can have like an Etsy store or something like that too, bro.
Yeah. I think that's the plug that the dude gave me. It's like a outsourcing like digital store, and then like it's through like Shopify. So.
Oh, Shopify. Okay.
Yeah, so I ain't got to pay for the inventory, so that should be something that should be coming up within the next couple months. Hopefully,
that's clutch,
Lord willing. Yeah, so shout out to the dude at work that put me on with that. By the way, he might be a Jake too, so you never know. But
we got another speckled bird, on the rise, bro.
No, he's so called black. He's so called black.
Oh, he is. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
I forgot his name. It might have been was it a biblical name? I don't know. I forgot. But whatever. Just trying to make sure I didn't. Oh yeah, next week. So next week, yeah, we're gonna start getting to the camp's ass. So I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't care.
Pause, nigga. Pause.
Yeah, pause. Yeah.
You be going in on these camps, bro. Like you be going in on these niggas, dog.
Okay, let me retract that last statement. I'm putting foot up the ass. All right, that works. That works much better.
Like you be going ham on these niggas, man, for real.
Yeah, I try to be nice. I try to be nice, but fuck all that. Fuck all
So
the civil rights
who's next week's target for you, bro?
It might be in the words of Whack 100, Captain Kaka, aka Captain
Oh
Kata's
shit, ISGBK again, bro.
in that 12 tribes chart. Apparently he's got a breakdown on that. So I'm gonna see if I can look that up. And we'll if I can, then that'll be the video. And then I'm trying to think if I should do Sons of we still gotta do that Mark of the Beast thing.
Yeah, so I wanted to try to do that next Friday. I didn't say anything yet because I didn't want to say anything until I know for sure if I can. But I mean, since you brought it up, I want to tentatively do that shit next Friday. The Mark of the Beast video.
Oh yeah, we'll do that then. So it's on your channel next Friday.
Yeah, because I feel like we can go ham on that video, kind of like a reaction style, but also other commentary and bringing up other points as well.
All right, cool. And so, did you down? You down for that?
What time you trying to have this one?
It'll be late Friday night, so probably we'll start around 9:00 my time, 9:30 my time.
Okay, yeah, that's 8:30 my time. I can do that. Now, the main thing that I'm waiting about, this is going to take a while because, I've been working in the background. But for those of y'all who saw the live stream on my channel with the Pentecostals, part 2 is coming eventually, bro. We're working some things in the background, man.
Yeah.
I'll be watching. You better not talk shit or else I'm going to text y'all. Send the link.
Oh, no, my nigga. You, as an elder of NWB, or not an elder, as a chief officer, you have to attend, bro. It's mandatory.
Yeah, I'll be in the comment section.
No. It's mandatory, bro. You have to speak.
Chief officer.
You can, even if you just say shalom and dip out, nigga, you got to say something.
I got to introduce myself to the panel. I have no choice. Shalom. I would have kissed your hand. Shalom. But y'all heard it here. We established it next Friday.
Or my nigga, you might have to just be like, "You're still with me."
That was hilarious.
I can't do it, man. In general, that was a one and done type of moment for me, man. I'm sorry. I don't have time for that bullshit. I don't. I do not. But I commend y'all for being able to go at it again. So,
that's two announcements,
man. That's 2 announcements so far. Next Friday, TKP channel. If you haven't subscribed yet, I don't know what the hell you're doing. But WFI, MOTB. Is that what it is? TKP.
Yeah, I haven't thought about the title yet. Of the video, I got some ideas in mind. I haven't titled yet, but it's gonna be centered around that video they did on the Mark of the Beast, and just kind of going into some of the practical from the present, future, from a present and from a future lens as to why that whole breakdown that might have been one of the worst breakdowns I've ever seen on the Mark of the Beast. Not because they didn't bring out some solid information, because they did bring out some solid information, but like that was the epitome of a nigga saying a whole lot of shit, but ain't saying shit, bro. Like niggas talked for 5 fucking hours and missed the main fucking point, nigga.
That was pathetic.
That was
my god.
Dog. Like so
that shit was stupid.
We gonna go ham on that. So, like,
and we already know the fourth member of NWB Hitman. So he loves to rise to the occasion for these ones, my nigga.
Yes,
I know he's gonna be here for that one. He's gotta be, man. Sir. But y'all already know, man. Next Friday, us versus W. And then Saturday, Ghetto versus the Chart. That's the title of the video.
Ghetto versus the Chart.
Ghetto versus. Now it might not be just me.
Hey, why when you said that?
It might not be just me on that, but I'm just speaking presumptuously right now. So Ghetto versus the Chart.
Hey, why when you first said that, bro? My first thought was that nigga Young Shark, bro.
Young Shark.
he got stomped. But that's a whole nother issue for a whole nother day, boy. Shout out to Char. He still got one of the best intros on the tube. Shout out to
I was
him.
thinking about that nigga
But
Young Shark, bro.
young
Shark.
chat, young chat.
Let me stop.
Oh my God. Play the clip. I'm just playing. Yeah, man. So WFI breakdown on
Chizzy.
who the hell? Okay, never mind. Go ahead. Who say something?
No, it's Swim, but I think he's breaking up again, nigga.
Yeah, he breaking up again.
But he laughing but breaking up. That shit funny, nigga. Okay, he back full, but nigga, your laugh was breaking up, Swim. That shit was kind of funny, nigga.
No, I ain't saying that.
Yeah.
Oh no, I ain't saying that.
No, your laugh is breaking up. That's why we was laughing.
So yeah, your laugh was breaking up. That's why it sounded funny.
Oh my goodness. But what was I about to say? So yeah, WFI breakdown on Friday on TKP's channel, and Ghetto versus the Chart on Saturday. So if you haven't subscribed to these two channels yet, I don't know what the fuck you doing, man. Don't be lazy. Subscribe. I appreciate all the likes on the video as well. Any closing statements by y'all before we head out?
Hey man, I'll just keep it simple. I'll take us home from TKP's playbook. It's pretty simple. Keep the law, statutes, and commandments. Keep the faith in Christ. Don't take the mark of the beast, and you'll do well. You'll do well.
Mm-hmm. TKP, as long as there's not any delays, anything you want to say? Nope, I guess not. Hopefully, well, he might come in a little later. But anyway, y'all already know how it goes. Like SOD said, got to keep the commandments. But how do we do that? Come on, y'all. Y'all know how we end this. Hold on. I pressed the wrong button. Hold on. Give me a second. Pressed the wrong goddamn button. Anyway, how do we do that? Come on, man. Y'all know the game. Y'all know how this goes. Oh, share the screen. Come on now. No screen delays, please. Hold up. Y'all should be able to see the screen. Y'all should be able to. Can y'all see it?
Yeah, it's just your home screen.
Yeah.
No, I see Discord, nigga.
Yeah, give me a second. Oh, do you see the home screen? You see it?
No, nigga, I see the home screen.
You see home screen?
Yeah, return the code.
Okay, yeah, that was the point.
Okay.
Yep. Return to the code, man, so y'all can properly Kahala Yahweh Ba'Shem Yahweh Shai. Negad Ha Mayan Ha Rashayat, man. Meaning what? Declaring the end from the beginning, because that's what the Most High did, man. He declared this story from the beginning, and it's going to fulfill itself in the end, whether we like it or not. And at the end of the day, may the Most High continue to give us this daily bread, mental, physical, and most importantly, spiritual. And through all our transgressions, may the Most High continue to be merciful on us, to give us this very important knowledge that we need to be the stability of our times, as the latter days continue to roll on, and as you continue to flow like a river. Hopefully, we flow into the kingdom, man. So, with that being said, hey man, y'all already know I appreciate the boys SOD and TKP coming in. It wasn't even properly planned to be that way. I was planning on being by myself today. So shout out to them for coming through. TKP was at work the whole time. He was still coming through. Shout out to him as well. Shout out to all the brothers that came through, especially the ones in the comment section. We going down in order. Not Swin, obviously he's here. The boy Mac, the two honorary elders, quintuple honors to Mac and J2K. Indigenous Anawaya. Shout out to him for coming through. I appreciate it, brother. The boy Messiah. Another commanding general, the silent chef, the one that be cooking up with the food and the knowledge. Yonde Chef. Yonde came through the building. Who else came through? Trying to think. The boy Son John. Appreciate him coming through. Anybody else? ESPN 00. Appreciate you coming through.
Who else? I believe that is it. And Faithful Servant. I didn't even get a chance to catch him, man. Appreciate you coming through, brother. I don't think I caught his comment, just to make sure. Norman is my mom's, but I already know nothing will pop up from my dad. Oh, I didn't.
Wait,
Oh, I forgot it was you,
did he say
Norman.
Norman was his mom's?
Yeah.
Oh
I didn't
shit,
get to see
nigga.
that one. I didn't catch that one.
Nigga, we might. Oh,
I didn't catch that one.
never mind. I was about to say something dumb.
I know what you're about to say.
Yeah, you already know what I was about to
guys. Patriarchal lineage, guys. It's all right though. I
No, I was
appreciate
gonna say something different. I'll say it off camera.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay, great.
I'll say it off camera.
Bet. Appreciate Faithful Servant coming through. I appreciate all the brothers that came in, maybe didn't comment. It's all right. I appreciate you coming through. Appreciate all those that will watch this on the playback. Appreciate the viewership as well. Appreciate the subscriptions. Appreciate everything and the support. But let's be for real. I got love for y'all. But it's been about 5 hours. And I don't know about y'all, but I'm tired of fucking talking. And I'm pretty sure y'all tired of fucking listening. So with that being said, I will see y'all next. I will see y'all this Friday on TKP's channel. And with that being said, be easy. Peace.
Peace.